to recess this meeting of the Government Administration and Elections Committee.
Hello?
Hi, Senator McCrory. We are currently in recess.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. All right. What time are we coming back, you know?
We do not have a time yet for coming back now.
Okay, but we're voting today, correct?
That is the plan, yes.
All right, thank you. All right.
hereby reconvene this meeting of the Government Administration and Elections Committee. Turn to item number 2, remarks from the chairs. Does my co-chair have any remarks?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I do. Respectfully, I request that anyone in an hour and 5 minutes not make any mention out loud of what's happening at the University of Connecticut basketball game. So we can move through our business undistracted.
Thank you. Any other remarks? Seeing none, we'll get to our agenda. We're going to go to Roman numeral number 3, to item number 9, HB 5453, an act concerning the membership and processes of the Connecticut Siting Council. This is a straight JF to the floor. I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Senator Flexer, seconded by Representative Morambello. This bill would make a number of changes to the Connecticut Siting Council to increase local voices on the council, to provide for cost-benefit analysis and more information concerning projects, make sure that they're fully disclosed, and that any reasonable alternatives are also disclosed and considered by the Siting Council. And it would provide additional notice to individuals who own property that may be condemned or have easements placed on it. Are there any questions? Representative Massafrancesco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just curious on where this proposal came from and what is the difference between this proposal and the one that's currently in place right now?
So this proposal has come from a number of individuals, both from this legislature and in local communities. We heard from some of them in the public hearing, who've been very concerned with what they believe to be a autocratic and let's say unreceptive approach from the Siting Council that does not sufficiently vet proposals, and those proposals, proposed projects impacts on the economic value of a town or aesthetic value of a town. And the idea is basically to increase the amount of representation that a particular town who may be impacted has on the council so that those voices are heard. And also to make sure that the processes incorporate all the different factors, including what the benefits are for Connecticut ratepayers as opposed to folks in other states, whether the proposed projects are fully vetted from a financial and engineering point of view. So it increase the amount of vetting basically that goes on in the process.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. And then just one more follow-up. Did this language in this bill change any of their authority and regulation on what they are charged to do? Did any of that change with this?
To you, no.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Representative. Further questions from the committee? Senator, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just, taking a look through the bill and also noting that there are many folks that are involved in the engineering and placing of various types of structures that would be overseen by the Siting Council. They almost universally oppose the legislation that's before us on the grounds that we're providing more local oversight. How are these members currently appointed, and will the additional members be appointed in the same way?
To you, to the distinguished ranking member. So the membership as it currently stands of the Siting Council for these particular sorts of approvals for transmission and related lines are designee of the Commissioner of Environmental Protection, of Energy and Environmental Protection, designee of PURA, designee of the House, Speaker of the House, designee of President of the Senate, and 5 members of the public appointed by the governor, at least 2 of whom have to be experienced in the field of ecology. For certain kinds of procedures, the ones that deal with hazardous waste primarily, there are additional requirements that an ad hoc set of members be included, and those are folks that are from the local community or communities that may be affected. So this bill would add those ad hoc members to a broader set of projects, including projects that deal with transmission lines in particular. It would also heighten the requirements for independence from any investment or affiliation with regulation or utilities that are regulated. To you.
Thank you for that answer, Mr. Chairman. But I was asking, so the governor appoints the parties in question, the ones I asked about, the additional ones. And the new requirements are that they have some connection with the with local control effectively. So you know, the testimony just seems to say from these folks that they're concerned about the potential for bias and you know, the lack of impartiality for someone that actually lives in the community. And I'm not unsympathetic to that. I think the purpose of the Siting Council was to kind of take that out of the equation. And here we are putting it back. On the flip side, I'm a local control kind of guy. And, you know, not that I necessarily support every, you know, not in my backyard viewpoint. I tend to support a lot of those, actually. So I'm not opposed to what's going on here. I just hoping to find, you know, some kind of, you know, confidence that we're actually achieving an appropriate balance is really what I'm after. And anything you can add to that might, you know, reassure me or other folks listening might be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Senator. I appreciate the concern and the balance. And one thing that may help you and anyone else who's concerned with being comfortable with that balance as it's set forth in this bill currently is that the local ad hoc members would never form a majority of the Siting Council. And so while the ad hoc members being added would add local voices, they would not add any sort of local veto. So the voices would be heard more, but ultimately there would be a majority that is not associated in any way with the community to be affected. To you.
Thank you for that answer, Mr. Chairman. And in an effort to try and start us off on the right foot, I would suggest there would be little opposition for adding this item to a. I mean, I suspect there's no opposition, at least from our side, adding this to a consent calendar if one was to be formed. Not that that should be an indication that we're going to move through the agenda in any type of lightning fast speed.
Thank you. Is there any further comment from the committee? Just get my Zoom up. Seeing none, I move that this item be placed on a consent calendar. Without objection, seeing no objection, this item will be placed on the consent calendar. Next, we'll move to item number 11 on our agenda, which is Senate Bill 353, an act concerning the public availability of information related to the maintenance of elevators. This is a JFS to the floor, LCO number 3142. I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Senator Flexer, seconded by Representative Morin-Bello. Senator Flexer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the bill before us requires that the Department of Administrative Services make publicly available information with regard to the maintenance of public elevators in our state, not private elevators, just public elevators. And the JFS language before us makes some changes that were suggested from the proponent of the bill and during the public hearing.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Further comment from the committee?
Mr. Chairman, this would be another item that we would offer up for the consent calendar.
Is there further comment from the committee? Seeing none, is there any objection to this item being placed on the consent calendar? Is there objection? Seeing none, this item will be placed on the consent calendar. All right, we'll now move to item number 2 of our agenda, House Bill 5448, an act concerning security of certain election workers and elections related locations. This is a JFS to the floor, LCO number 3399. I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Senator Flexer, seconded by Representative Morin-Bello. This bill takes 3 measures to protect election workers and elections officials who have been under threat and face increasing threats across the country in the past several years. First, it provides for a procedure by which an elections worker can apply to their local public agency to have their personal address information shielded from public FOI for the 90 days and before and 90 days after an election. Second, it prohibits the possession of firearms or other deadly weapons within 250 feet of an election site, with a number of exceptions, including for possession on private property, for de minimis exception in transit, and if someone is a peace officer, or other exceptions, or it's kept in a locked container in a vehicle. And then Section 3 creates a clarification of the current offense for threatening, harassing, or using force to affect someone in the course of an election, to include election workers in that current criminal offense, and creates a criminal offense related to the disclosure of personal information, aka doxing, of an elections worker with intent to harass, terrorize, alarm, or influence that election worker in the performance of their duties in the election. Questions or comment from the committee? Senator Sampson.
Thank you for the description of the bill, Mr. Chairman, and particularly the changes in the substitute language. And I'll note that, I have zero issue with sections 1 and 3 of the bill. I think those are good provisions, and they are worthwhile as part of the attempt to make sure that we protect the very important people that are going to help us facilitate our election process in the state. I do have concerns about Section 2. And again, I don't want to sound unappreciative that there was some attention given to making changes in the bill after the public hearing. It just doesn't go far enough for my taste. The original bill was 1,000 feet, and we heard a lot of testimony covering a lot of different aspects of that issue. Notably that, many people's private property existed within 1,000 feet, including my own residence. I'm only 550 feet from town hall in the town of Wolcott. And to make someone, in violation of the law in their own home, it made little sense. So I appreciate that has been addressed in this bill by virtue of the on private property. The 250-foot issue is still a concern to me, though. I know that you've worked on trying to carve out people that are passing through, folks that are just incidentally in the area, people that might be not even know that this is a requirement. My concern really has to do with the fact that people that are going to vote or even participating in the process by standing at the polls, and even candidates who are at some risk are being denied the ability to exercise their Second Amendment right to carry a firearm for self-defense when they're near the polls and engaged in the process of campaigning and doing politics in Connecticut. And I object to it strenuously. I think that the record is quite clear over time that, bad actors, people who have committed, heinous acts, attacking schools and, movie theaters, things like that, in an attempt to create mass casualties, tend to focus on locations where people are unarmed, soft targets, for lack of a better term, and gun-free zones. I think the data will show very clearly that they are most often the target of these type of mass shootings. We already have provisions in law that suggest that you can't carry a firearm into a school, which is a debatable topic in 2024, in my opinion. But that's already the law, and I would say the majority of our polling locations in the state are, in fact, in schools, but not all of them. If this bill had simply extended that into other polling locations that are not schools, I wouldn't have agreed with it, might not even have supported it, but at least I would have recognized it as an attempt to follow, the current protocol. This to me is a reaching. It is a reaching into the rights of sovereign American citizens and their Second Amendment freedoms by suggesting they do not have the right to carry a firearm with them and be able to defend themselves when they're in the process of going to the polls, or to stand at the polling location in support of a candidate, or in fact to be a candidate themselves. I know my colleagues here understand just how divided our world is these days, and each of us have probably been in uncomfortable situations. I don't even use my legislative plate on my car because I don't really want to be identified in the world, because I think it's one of those things that today you never know who is going to approach you in what situation. I have had situations. There was something that happened right here at the Capitol. I was sitting on the Judiciary Committee as a member, and there was a hearing going on regarding gun control, and someone in the audience was texting a message suggesting that they would blow me away if they had the opportunity, and that was witnessed by another person in the audience and reported to the Capitol Police. So there's a level of concern that exists in the world for all of us, but I think there's a heightened level of concern for certain people in politics, especially folks like myself who take strong positions and are very visible. And for me to be in a situation where I'm defenseless, and people will know that by virtue of this becoming law, I think denies me my right not only to self-defense as a citizen, but my ability to actually campaign with the understanding that I'm safe and exercising all of my constitutionally protected rights. And I know there's a lot of people that agree with me that the best solution is to make sure that we don't deny law-abiding, honest people their right to defend themselves. Look, the fact of the matter is that anyone that is going to commit some violent act does not care about this bill. It's not going to change their mind. They're not going to second guess whether or not it's okay. And there's the potential to have what is the penalty in this bill? I forgot. I think it's a Class D. Is that what it is, Mr. Chairman?
To you, Mr. Ranking Member, yes, that's correct.
Right. I don't think somebody who's bent on committing some sort of violent act is going to think twice about this law or the penalty from it, because the act that they're going to commit is far worse and would carry even more significant penalties. But the fact of the matter is the people that will pay attention to this law are honest, law-abiding citizens. And by virtue of being law-abiding, they will pay attention to this law. And by virtue of this law, they will be defenseless against someone who simply does not care. I'll just say one other thing too, which is I know that there was some conversation about a concern about people guarding drop boxes or things like that. But in Connecticut, just recently, the legislature passed a law that I did not agree with, but it denied the right to openly carry a firearm. So people are not going to be guarding polling locations with exposed firearms as if they are some sort of, paramilitary or militia type force. That can't happen, because they are required by law to keep their firearms concealed. And if they fail to do so, that's already a prosecutable offense in Connecticut. So I think that is a straw man argument. This bill violates the rights of Connecticut citizens to have their ability to defend and protect themselves, which is a very important and key ingredient, in my opinion, of what it means to be an American. It's one of the defining characteristics of being an American citizen, that we are individually sovereign and that we have the same rights to do things that only kings, other sovereigns in the world could do before us, including owning property, and also the right to defend ourselves and our property. That's why we have a Second Amendment right. And to deny that, in various locations is, I think, a violation of our constitutional rights, but it's also foolish because I don't think it has ever been proven to reduce any amount of crime or violence. Because the fact of the matter is, as I pointed out from the beginning, the criminals that would engage in the horrendous things that this bill, I think, is suggesting it is addressing, but is not. They're not going to care. They're going to do what they're going to do anyway. So I don't mean to keep repeating myself, but I do want to make sure that I'm understood and that I'm very passionate about making sure that I protect the rights of every one of my constituents. And that includes all of their constitutional rights in all cases whatsoever. And I believe that this bill is just is a simple violation of the Second Amendment, and I won't support it today, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to turn it over to the other members of the committee. But I would like another opportunity to speak again, because I will have an amendment on this proposed bill.
Thank you to the distinguished ranking member. I appreciate his comments, and I would just like to echo his concern and complete disapproval of the fact that in today's political environment, there are far too many threats of violence and force. As someone who's received some of them himself, I can certainly empathize with what he's described. And while we may disagree about the exact policy prescription in order to deal with them, I just wanted to emphasize that on the record. More comments from the committee? Representative Massafrancesco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a couple of questions in reference to Section 2. Senator Sampson was going over. It seems that every year in the legislature, we keep coming up with more infringements on people's constitutional right when it comes to the Second Amendment. I find this really to just be a feel-good piece of legislation, quite honestly. I do have a question, though, on lines. Well, first, let me just ask you this. So we talk a lot about, and I think I might have just heard you say it a few minutes ago, some violence. Has there been an incident in the state of Connecticut where someone has been intimidated at a polling place with a handgun? I don't necessarily mean fear. An answer could be, well, people are fearful today. Well, people today are fearful of everything. So do we start making laws because people are fearful of things? I'm looking for a specific incident, something that is seriously a problem in this state that would cause this piece of legislation with that. With the 250 feet language put in here.
To the distinguished House ranking member, I'm not aware, as I sit here today, of a specific incident in which someone was threatened with a firearm related to a polling place. As we know, it has certainly happened elsewhere in the country, and poll workers and elections workers have communicated to us that it's something they're very concerned about. I am aware of incidents where people have been threatened or felt threatened, or there was a confrontation in a polling place unrelated to a firearm, to anyone's knowledge, being present. But I think the thinking behind this legislation is, first of all, that a firearm in that situation would not be helpful and could lead to danger. But also, as you noted, or I think maybe as Senator Sampson noted, lots of polling places are at schools where currently firearms and other deadly weapons are prohibited. And this is an attempt to close a loophole for the 60 or 70 polling places in the state that are not on a school, so that it will apply the same protections to people who are at those sort of elections locations as exists for all schools. To you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this bill technically is a result of fear in people working at the polls. Would that be correct? Or the people actually going to vote?
It is a reaction to the concerns of people who work at polling locations and voters related to events that have happened around the country in recent years. To you.
Thank you. Just a quick comment. I find it ironic that we create legislation because people are fearful, whether because maybe they're going to vote or they're working at the polls. They're fearful of someone who has a firearm. Yet we are not creating laws for people that are fearful, just randomly walking down the street and afraid of getting mugged by criminals. But yet we are tackling this issue. I find it kind of ironic. On lines 138 and 139 of this bill, it says it's really talking about if they're guilty of a possession of a weapon that is not loaded and B, in a locked container or a locked firearms rack that is on a motor vehicle. How would someone know that, Mr. Chairman? Through you.
I'm sorry, distinguished ranking member, would you please restate your question or rephrase your question?
So it says here that you are guilty of possession of a weapon, right, near the election site and so forth. And you are guilty if you have a firearm in your vehicle that is not locked. Is that correct? That's loaded and not locked, I guess.
To you, Representative, yes, this is one of the exceptions to liability under this provision, which states that if you have a weapon within 250 feet of the election site, but it is not loaded and it is located in a locked container or on a locked firearms rack that's on a motor vehicle, then that person is not subject to liability. It's an
Okay.
exception.
Thank you. And how would someone know that the is a locked firearms that's on a locked firearms rack on a motor vehicle and it's not loaded? How would somebody know that? So like I was understanding, we put language in a bill. The only way that it could be enforced is something would have to happen. Because nobody would know whether or not their firearm is loaded and locked in their vehicle unless something happened. So an event would have to occur. So I guess that's what I'm trying to understand is why that language is in there.
I see what you're, I think I understand what the good representative is pointing to. Yes, if a firearm is located within a vehicle and is within a locked container, yes, you would not know whether it's loaded or unloaded unless there were an incident, unless it were plainly visible. I think if a firearm were located on a firearms rack, you most likely would be able to tell whether it was loaded based on appearance, of course, depending on the firearm. But yes, I think the most likely way that someone would ultimately understand whether the firearm was loaded or not would be if an incident happened to you.
Thank you. And would it have to be, it has to be in a locked container and it says not loaded. So even if it's not loaded, it needs to be in a locked container.
To you, that's correct.
That's correct. Again, how would anybody know that unless it's visible? So it's in a locked container, correct? It's not loaded or it is loaded. Somebody could maybe see the container from the street. You park your car, someone may be able to see it. How would they know if it's loaded or not?
To you, as you described before, they would not know that unless there were a reason to examine the firearm, most likely because there was some sort of incident. This language is taken from exceptions in the federal and state school zone laws. So it echoes those laws. To you.
Thank you. And again, you're right, as I did mention that an incident would have to happen. And unfortunately, if that should happen, obviously it's coming from someone who is not a law-abiding citizen. It could be a criminal, could be somebody just angry. Obviously, I agree with Senator Sampson and probably most of my members on my committee here that I think it's a violation of our Second Amendment. I certainly don't support it. And I'm not sure if any of our other members on the committee have any questions, but I don't have anything at this time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Further comment or question from the committee? Representative Bronco.
Tried to defer to our ranking, but thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a couple questions. Can you just maybe give a few examples that will be included of instances that are trivial or de minimis that someone would not be in violation of this law?
Yes, Representative. To you, the bill specifically accepts anyone who has a weapon on their person and passes within 250 feet of the elections infrastructure and is essentially going from one point to another and doesn't stay within those 250 feet for longer than it takes to go through. So anyone who's in transit, unrelated to the elections infrastructure, would be accepted under this law. They would be not subject to liability. There are some other exceptions as I mentioned previously. If you're on private property where you have permission to be, it would not apply to you. We talked about the locked container provision. There's also a provision accepting folks who are authorized to be there in relation to specific programs or other matters, who are permitted to have firearms in those roles, and peace officers, so police officers. To you.
Thank you for that. And did the ballot boxes, was that eliminated in this, or was someone driving up to go drop off a ballot to a ballot box and they have a firearm concealed? Are they in violation?
So the ballot to you, to the representative, ballot boxes are included in the legislation.
So in that instance, if someone that has a concealed firearm on them goes to drop off their ballot in the ballot box, are they in violation?
To you, yes.
Okay, that is a concern for me. I think, I appreciate what we're trying to do in terms of closing the loophole. And yes, a large majority of our polling locations are at schools where firearms are already prohibited. Although I would probably posit if someone is intent on doing harm or violence, they're probably not going to a polling place that's not a school because firearms are not allowed there. They're going to do what they're going to do regardless of what the law is. But so I understand the fears and concerns. Again, someone who's going to do violence, I don't think is going to particularly pick a polling place just because they don't expressly prohibit firearms. So I am concerned about some of the infringement there. In particular, someone just going to a ballot box. I mean, they are essentially kind of just passing through just to drop a ballot, and they have a concealed firearm, and now they're going to be in violation of this law. So I do have concerns there, but that's all the questions I have for now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Further question or comment from the committee, Representative Hoxa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a brief question. What is the law currently as it pertains to the distance in which one is allowed to possess his or her firearm in relation to a polling location? Through you.
To you, Representative, there is no law currently in relation to a polling location. As I indicated previously, many, if not most, polling locations are schools, and so firearms are prohibited on those grounds currently, but by another law unrelated to their status as polling locations. To you.
I understand. So currently, if I were to have my firearm legally on my person and be walking on the sidewalk, that would be legal right up until where the school property begins under current law, correct? Through you.
To you, yes.
That's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Further comment or question from the committee? Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As promised, I'd like to offer an amendment. It'll be a very straightforward amendment. Well, I guess I would start by saying I move that we delete section 2 of the bill, which is lines 119 through 157. And this is the entire section that addresses the penalty of a Class D felony for possession of a firearm near an election location. I move adoption, and I'd like a roll call vote.
Is there a second? The amendment is moved by Senator Sampson, seconded by Representative Mastrofrancesco. I think the explanation is apt and wholesome, but if you have anything further, discussion from Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I've already made most of these points, but I'll just cover this one more time, which is that the effect of this bill is simply to disarm people who may have an opportunity to defend themselves. It will do absolutely nothing to prevent a criminal bent on causing harm and violence and potentially, coming to a polling location intent on doing a violence or murder. It will do nothing to stop that. This is not enough of a deterrent to prevent that from happening. But what it is a deterrent for people to exercise their Second Amendment right to actually defend themselves and be in a position, God forbid that was ever to happen, to prevent it from happening. And I would go one step further and suggest the mere existence of this law is creating yet another soft target and the potential for violence. I don't see this as a deterrent in the least. In fact, I consider it to be the exact opposite. I think that you are opening the door to the potential for another mass shooting with this type of policy, because you're telling people that there will be people, particularly people that in this current state of affairs in our country might be prominent figures that have very, very strong opinions that different from their own, and they will be sitting ducks effectively. They will be unarmed and unable to defend themselves as long as they are in the realm that this bill lays out, as far as where that activity of possessing a firearm is prohibited. I can't stress enough just how bad an idea it is to start to go around and suggest to people that there are certain places where you don't have the right to defend yourself. You should have the right to defend yourself no matter where you are on this earth, in my opinion. And thank God we have that right in this country. But I'm afraid that there are people that are trying to erode it step by step. And this is just the latest in a long line of bills that does that. I encourage my colleagues to support this legislation or this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Is there further comment on the amendment? Seeing none, I will just say that I respectfully disagree with the policy prescription of the good distinguished ranking member, and believe that everyone who is at an election site should have a right to be confident that nobody there is in possession of a deadly weapon. And for those reasons, I urge all my colleagues to reject the amendment. Further discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Flexer,
Senator Flexer votes no.
Blumenthal,
Blumenthal, no.
Slap,
Senator Slatt votes no.
Morinbello,
Morinbello votes no.
Sampson,
Sampson is yes.
Master Francesco,
Yes.
Berger Gervallo, Representative Berger Gervallo, Bronco,
Yes.
Carpino, Haddad,
Haddad votes no.
Hoxa,
Hoxa votes yes.
Khanna,
Khanna votes no.
Labriola,
Labriola votes yes.
Marks, McCarthy Vehi, Representative McCarthy Vehi, McCrory,
McCoy's a no.
Parker, Rosario,
Rosario votes no.
Santiago,
Santiago votes no.
Berger Gervallo, McCarthy Vehi. All set, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
McCarthy votes no.
Representative, one more time, please. Oh, there you are. One more time, please.
votes no.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, all set. Thank you.
Will the clerk please announce the tally?
Five yeas, 10 nay, 4 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The amendment fails. Is there further discussion on this bill? Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Not to beat a dead horse. I just, the more I think about this legislation, the worse I think it is. If we polled, our colleagues around the building that have been elected and asked them if they've ever had a difficult conversation or someone accosting them at a polling location or using the opportunity of knowing that that's where the candidate was going to be at a specific time as an opportunity to get in their face. If you don't mind recalling, I think it was Nancy Pelosi, was it? A few years ago, speaking about how she encouraged people who disagreed with certain elected officials to approach them and to get in their face, quote unquote, and to challenge them. I just see this as potentially deadly, and there's nothing stopping people from committing harm if they're truly intent on it. And the words in this paper of the bill that will become law if this continues to move forward are not going to stop that. All they're doing is prohibiting good and decent, honest people from being able to defend themselves. I mean, just imagine, a female, for example, who might have no other defense against a much larger, stronger man attacking them at a polling location. Where you create victims when you disarm people, and you create the more likelihood of their potential as victims when you start to announce that these folks are in fact unarmed and unable to defend themselves. But really what I want to say just in closing on this bill before we take the vote is that I'm extremely disappointed in the way the committee has handled this particular policy, because we agree, I think, universally with the other sections in the bill. And we also believe that those are beneficial and would prove to be valuable policies going forward. And I think that if the bill came out of here unanimously, because Section 2 was removed, I think that they have a very good possibility of that becoming law. But as it is, I don't think it's going to survive. I think that I certainly know I'm going to debate this bill at length if it ever comes before me again in the Senate. And I'm confident there are going to be a whole bunch of my colleagues who are willing to stand up and defend the Second Amendment in both chambers on this bill. And I think as a result, I think its likelihood of actually passing into law is greatly diminished. And that's unfortunate because I think that the people of Connecticut send us here to be able to debate and vote on policy and work together in a bipartisan fashion. To be able to come up with things that, we agree on and move those forward. But because of the unwillingness of the majority to budge on something that is so controversial, the good parts of this bill will suffer and it may never see the light of day. And I think that's a tragedy, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Further discussion on the bill? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
House Bill 5448, LCO 3399, JFS to the floor. Flexer,
Senator Flexer votes yes.
Blumenthal,
Yes.
Slack,
Senator Slav votes yes.
Morinbello,
Morinbello votes yes.
Sampson,
Sampson is no.
Master Francesco,
Yes, no. Sorry. We passed the amendment. We're done. We're on the bill. Mastro Francesco votes no.
thank you. Burger Gervalo, Bronco,
No.
Carpino, Haddad,
Haddad votes yes.
Hoxa,
Hoxa votes no.
Khanna,
Hannah votes yes.
Labriola,
Labriola votes no.
Marks, McCarthy Vehi, McCrory,
McCoy's a yes.
Parker, Rosario,
Rosario votes yes.
Santiago,
Santiago votes yes.
Berger Gervalo, McCarthy Vehi. All set, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And just to let everyone know, we will be holding votes open for a certain time after the end of the meeting, and we'll announce that time at the appropriate moment. Next up, item number 3, House Bill 5450, an act concerning artificial intelligence, deceptive synthetic media, and elections. This is a JFS to the floor of LCO 3311. I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Senator Flexer, seconded by Representative Morin-Bello. This bill deals with a subject matter we've seen more and more prevalently lately, which is something called deepfakes, which are recordings, photographs, or audio that represent to be the words or actions of an individual depicted, but in truth, those things never happened. And they become increasingly easy to create through artificial intelligence and other technological means. This process deals with this problem, or this bill deals with this problem by creating a generalized ban on the use of deepfakes with the intent to influence an election within 90 days of that election, subject to certain exceptions, including if someone uses a prominent disclaimer, and the disclaimers are laid out in the bill, to indicate that the media that is being shared has been manipulated. And there are special exceptions to deal with the case of news media and others who may be reporting on a deepfake video or a deepfake recording. And with that, is there further discussion from the committee? Representative Mastrofrancesco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have a couple questions. I think AI, people are learning about it every day, and if you're not really computer savvy, and I may not be the savviest, but it's always interesting to learn to see where this technology is taking us. I do believe there's some good things to artificial intelligence in some respect, and obviously there are concerns, as is mentioned in this bill, that could happen. So I have a few questions for clarification. In lines number 19, I'm looking on the substitute language. It says, deceptive synthetic media means any image, audio, or video, and it goes on to say what that means. But in the last two sentences, it says, was generated in whole or in part through the use of artificial intelligence or other means. I guess I'm trying to figure out, what are other means? What does that mean?
To you, Representative, that's a good question. Other means would be through the use of potentially an actor whose voice sounds very similar to the individual. That's what we saw most recently with the incident in the New Hampshire primary, where there was a robocall from someone pretending to be the current president, Joe Biden, who was telling people not to vote. And while AI is probably the most likely use for such a deep fake, you could potentially have an actor voice, so a real voice that could provide that deep fake. And so the intent of that part of the provision is to get at an actor's voice rather than a wholly AI created voice to you.
Thank you. So other means is an actor, or is there any other means besides that? I was wondering why that specific language is not put in here, and why does it say other means? I'm assuming there's more than one. So you mentioned actor as an example. What else would there be?
Another potential would be, we've seen videos like this in the past where someone splices together specific words from an individual in a way that they never were connected in reality. That could be another means through which this provision would cover.
So it could even be broader. I mean, I'm just trying to think of what other means are, and I'm wondering if that language should be specific in here. That's what I'm just questioning.
Those are the only means that I can think of and that are intent of the bills to cover. And certainly, as this bill moves forward, if there's ways to sharpen the language, we're certainly amenable to doing so.
Thank you. So line number 27, it talks about the 90-day period. Prior to a 90-day period preceding an election. So prior to that, is the use of the artificial intelligence, the way that we don't want people to use it, allowed if it's 80 days out? Or 90 days prior to the election. So before that, is it then allowed?
This bill would not cover that, so that would not be prohibited under this bill.
It would not be only within which, if you think about it, you know, it's deceptive. You're using somebody else's voice, whether it's 90 days out or even further. It should be wrong in my opinion. I don't know if 90 days is justified. I think it just should be not allowed. I don't know. Through you, Mr. Chairman.
To you, Madam Representative, I think that's a valid point. There are other prohibitions under the law that might apply. So for instance, if the video were defamatory, so it injured someone's reputation more generally in other ways that the law recognizes, and it could be subject to civil liability under those circumstances. You know, our concern here is obviously this is a new field and we don't want to be overbroad in creating prohibitions, especially ones related to speech. Obviously, speech that is false and synthetically created is and is meant to deceive people is not protected under the First Amendment. But we also want to be cognizant that this is a sensitive area and a developing area in the law and the technology. And that's why we put the 90-day limit to you.
Thank you. And I agree. This is the first bill in Connecticut, right? Regarding artificial intelligence that has been ever drafted through you?
To you, the first bill on artificial intelligence and elections that has been drafted. And I just wanted to give credit to Senator Maroney, who's also been working on this issue. There may have been other bills that he's worked on that have to do with artificial intelligence, but this is the first, the one in this committee certainly that we're dealing with artificial intelligence and elections. To you.
Thank you. And I'm sure it's a work in progress. And as we go along, as technology advances, we will have to make adjustments, I'm sure. On line 27 through 30, it says, except as provided in subsection C of this section, no person shall distribute or enter into agreement to distribute a communication containing any image, audio, or video of an individual during the 90-day period preceding any election or primary. Again, this is just covering the 90-day period. And I find it interesting that what we're telling people is that it's not okay to do this within a 90-day period of an election, but it's okay to do it prior to that. I guess that's just something we'll have to look at going forward. Hopefully that could change down the road and hopefully nobody uses it. On lines, this is the other question I had, line 63 through 66. It talks about the communication contains a video that has been manipulated. And this is about the disclaimer, I guess.
To you, yes.
Okay. Appears in the text that is clearly visible to and easily readable by the average viewer. I guess what is an average viewer? Is there a definition for that? And it's not smaller than the largest font of any other text appearing in the communication. So if somebody has a communication, their font size is maybe a 16 point. Does it have to be the same size? Am I reading this wrong?
To you, Madam Representative. No, you're reading it correctly. It would have to be at least that size. And the intent behind this is we want it to be at least as prominent as anything else in the media that's being displayed. And, you know, we want it to be always easily readable. But certainly if there is large text on the screen, we want it to be at least as large as that text so that anyone who's viewing it knows clear that the video has been manipulated.
Thank you. So that I could see being a problem because I know we're not supposed to use anything like this, but I mean, you can have a font this big on a screen, right? It could be a headline of what right. It could say Mastro Francesco in 30-point font. Well, fit. So how is a disclaimer font going to be the same size? I know the disclaimers on our campaign material could be smaller, but to be the same size as the largest font on there, I don't know how you do that. For you.
To the good representative, certainly I understand the concern. I think the idea is to make it as least as prominent as the most prominent text. And we want it to be easily readable. We don't want the individual to be distracted. And so this should discourage individuals who may be tempted to use this sort of synthetic deceptive media from doing so, unless it's going to be under a circumstance where they can have that disclaimer that meets all the requirements to you.
Thank you. So it looks like based on is not smaller than the largest font size. I don't even know how they would probably use it. If they're using big text, I mean, listen, 10 point, 12 point, 14, 16 point fonts, they go up to, they go up very high. And when people are trying to send a message out there, there could be a pretty large font on there. Obviously, they wouldn't be able to use the technology, I would assume, because they would not be able to fit the disclaimer. Okay. And through you, exactly what does the disclaimer supposed to say? You can go over that.
To you, Madam Representative, the disclaimer would say this communication contains video that has been manipulated. In the case of video, in the case of audio, it would say this communication contains audio that has been manipulated. And in the case of a photograph, it would say this is a photograph that has been manipulated. To you.
Thank you. If someone does not put that disclaimer on there, what happens?
Then they are subject to the prohibitions of the bill, which include potential civil and criminal penalties to you.
Thank you. And I don't know if I missed something in the bill. You said potential. Can you clarify that?
Simply depending on the circumstances, there are both there's civil liability in this bill and there are criminal penalties in this bill. And if it does not meet one of the exceptions and they do distribute one of these deceptive synthetic media, these deep fakes within 90 days of an election with the intent to influence an election when they had the knowledge that it was a deep fake, then they would be subject to those prohibitions to you.
Thank you. And just one more question. I'm actually learning about this technology myself as we're actually talking about it. I wanted to get clarification on what an average viewer is. Can you clarify that? What is that?
To you, it's a flexible standard that indicates that anyone who is reasonably expected to be viewing the communication. So, some of us have 20/10 vision. Some of us have less than 20/20 vision. It would have to be prominent and clear to you.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any further questions at this time. I don't know if my colleagues do, but I will listen. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Further discussion on this bill, Representative Hoxha.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And through you, just a couple quick questions and maybe a comment. Well, yeah, let me first start off with the comment. I actually like a lot of components in this bill and probably will vote for it. One thing I don't like actually is that the 90-day provision as it pertains to political races. I sort of understand the genesis of it. And of the bill, the way it's written, I understand, I guess, that this is sort of a starting point and maybe we'll see how it goes. And if there's, I think you had mentioned that, you're amenable to adjusting the bill in the future in the form of another bill, it would have to be obviously. And that I'm understanding that this is sort of, a starting point in this sort of uncharted territory that we're venturing out into. And I appreciate that. I think, I guess 90 days is a good starting point. I don't really see a reason why it can't just be indefinitely to, ban using deep fakes to manipulate speech for the purpose of, winning an election or causing, just some sort of, chaotic situation. I think there really shouldn't be a timetable on that. Like my colleague mentioned, that if it's wrong within that 90-day period, it's wrong before that 90-day period. So I mean, I'm definitely with her on that. With that said, I mean, I can live with the fact that it's 90 days. So my question is, you had mentioned that the news media is exempt in particular instances, those being when they're covering the topic of deep fakes, I believe you said. Was that correct, Mr. Chair, through you?
To you, good representative. That is correct. There's a special exception for news media on what's called on the spot coverage, which is basically while they're covering something live or it's coming through rather quickly. And they wouldn't necessarily have a reason to know whether something was a deep fake. So there's a special exception for news media covering deep fakes in that circumstance. And then otherwise, they're protected as long as they include a disclaimer to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And through you, I think I understand. So for example, if a particular news channel, news station, is covering the topic of deep fakes, and I've seen this a lot with, various topics. What they'll do is they'll actually show an example of a deep fake, for example, for a few seconds to kind of create that sort of shock of, what you're witnessing. And then somebody will come on camera and explain what you just saw. Is that sort of the thing that you're referring to in what you described before, through you, Mr. Chair?
To you, Representative. Yes, that's the basic idea. Yes.
Okay, Mr. Chair, and through you, understood. But the news media would not be exempt from intentionally using deepfake in the same way that a bad actor may try to use a deepfake to manipulate public opinion on something, through you.
To you, Representative. That's correct.
All right. Well, that's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Further discussion from the committee, Representative Bronco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm really glad we're addressing this issue. Back in the 80s, we famously almost went to war with Russia because Ronald Reagan jokingly said in a mic check before a radio broadcast, "We begin bombing Russia tomorrow," and literally almost started a war. So with the technology of what we could do today, it's almost scary to think of the consequences of some of this AI and deep fakes. So I do appreciate that we are addressing this. I share similar concerns regarding the time frame. Kind of like Representative Hawks mentioned, within 90 days. I mean, elections take, people campaign for longer than 90 days. So I hope this can be a starting point, and I'm sure this legislation will go through many iterations as we kind of explore this new ground and move forward. So I understand that. I have a question for say like a national broadcast, if or a late night show host, Stephen Colbert puts out a deep fake as a joke, and it runs in Connecticut on TV, and there's no disclaimer. Are they liable for being in violation of this because they don't have a disclaimer?
To you, Representative, no, they would not be liable, and there are a couple of reasons why. First of all, parody is protected by the First Amendment, and there's nothing we can do by any legislation in this committee or in this legislature to affect the scope of the First Amendment. Also, this bill only applies to circulating or distributing a deep fake with an intent to influence an election and injure a candidate's chances. So if it were truly parody, then it would be protected on the First Amendment, and also this bill would not apply to you.
Okay, I appreciate that clarification. The rest of my questions have pretty much already been addressed. So I do look forward to working on this and fine tuning it going forward, because I do think it's very important. So I'm glad we're taking at least the first steps for now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Further discussion from the committee. Senator Sampson.
Mr. Chairman, just listening to this conversation, I find this to be a fascinating discussion, and a difficult one too. I mean, I think we're all concerned about the potential of a new technology interfering with the legitimacy and honesty that is necessary to put forward in political campaigns, so voters are not misled and that they can make intelligent and informed decisions about who they're going to vote for. But I'll make a quick comment about that, which is that we don't have that already. You don't need any AI to have bad campaign material out in existence. The things that have been said about me in campaigns that don't even approach factual reality are numerous and shocking. And I'm quite certain that my colleagues in both parties would agree that they've had things said about them during campaigns that do not approach anything resembling honesty. The concern here seems to be focused more on the technology in some respects than it is on the action. And that's the one thing that gives me a little bit of pause here, because, you know, if you're going to commit an act of dishonesty in some way, it doesn't really matter to me how you do it. Much like the previous bill, you know, the focus on a firearm. I mean, you know, there's lots of deadly weapons. You could use a vehicle or a hammer. I mean, things that we don't particularly consider to be weapons, but have been used for violence. And in this particular case, we seem focused on AI. I just want to ask about that paragraph that defines deceptive synthetic media. And I think that term is interesting in and of itself, but it doesn't seem like it even, maybe I'm arguing against my own point, but it doesn't even seem it has to be AI based on lines 18 and 19, since it says was generated in whole or in part, which means it doesn't necessarily have to be all AI. And then since it says other means, it doesn't have to be any AI. Am I correct about that, Mr. Chairman?
To you, Senator, yes.
Thank you. So, I mean, is the purpose of, you know, putting AI in the title to, you know, generate more interest in this topic, or is it really focused on addressing AI as a specific thing, or this activity of dishonest campaigning and distorting reality more appropriately?
To you, Senator, I would say both. I think artificial intelligence provides a new tool of unprecedented power to create extremely convincing political lies. But you're correct that lies in politics have a very long history, and our libel laws have been used at times to reflect that. And certainly we've all, as candidates, had untrue things said about us, but it's very difficult to rebut a video or an audio recording that represents that it's us. And so this legislation is targeted at a specific form, which we believe, you know, as we've seen, is becoming increasingly powerful, especially through artificial intelligence. So the intent is to capture this extremely powerful tool, which we believe to be the most likely source of this sort of problem, but not forget other avenues that it could arrive through as well. To you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the very thorough and thoughtful response. I appreciate that. That's encouraging. And I'm struggling with where I'm going with this, and maybe the next few questions might help me decide whether I can support this legislation today. You know, I just, keeping in mind what you just said, I mean, the fact that political lies have long existed and persist in our society is a result of our society, our courts, measuring the importance of maintaining the right to free speech against the damage that can be done by people that misuse it. And we've apparently decided that some element of dishonesty is the thing that we're going to have to live with if we want to maintain the rights of people to express themselves fully. And I certainly don't like people engaging in political lies. It's a very frustrating thing for somebody who serves in politics. But I'm more concerned about the First Amendment personally. So I'm not upset with the status quo, I guess. And I guess my pause with the legislation before us is whether we're upsetting that status quo in some significant way. And I see that the majority of my colleagues seem very eager to move forward this bill. And I wonder if they're not sufficiently skeptical of the government, because I am, because effectively what we're doing is we're empowering the state to have the final say, to be the arbiter of what is acceptable as far as free speech. And let me just explore some of the limitations here. So does this legislation apply only to political candidates and their campaign committees?
To you, Senator, no.
So does it apply to folks that might make independent expenditures in a campaign? And does it apply to private citizens who might be advocating or opposing political candidates.
To you, Senator, it would apply to those entities or individuals. And just anticipating what I think your next question may be, first of all, the First Amendment, we can never undermine or overwhelm through this committee or this legislature. But also, because deepfakes are in themselves lies, they're purposeful untruths. Purposeful untruths are never protected by the First Amendment. And so they would be not subject to First Amendment protection anyway. And that's part of why we've crafted the bill the way we have. To you.
Thank you for that answer, Mr. Chairman. I do take issue with part of your comment, which I've heard you say several times in this very meeting, which is that we can't do anything in this meeting to undermine the First Amendment, which is technically true. The First Amendment is going to apply no matter what. And court will have to decipher, where those boundaries are. But the fact of the matter is we can impact the ability of people to have free speech. Because you're creating an impediment by establishing a policy that might chill free speech or effectively infringe on the First Amendment. And the only way to overcome that would be a legal challenge, which might be very costly. So I think we need to keep that in mind, that we can easily say, well, the First Amendment applies, but that doesn't mean we can't harm free speech by the actions that we take as a state government. And that we certainly, most certainly can. And I think we may be doing so here, particularly when we're getting into the realm of people that, is there some requirement that someone has to expend a certain amount of funds or be knowledgeable about this requirement in the law to find themselves in violation, Mr. Chairman?
To you, no.
What about, I think that one of my colleagues, I was kind of reading while they were speaking, but I think they mentioned the Babylon Bee, for example. If they were engaging in some type of activity that falls into the definition of deceptive synthetic media, and some people were not aware that they were a parody site, could they find themselves in violation of this policy?
To you, Senator, no, because they would have to be engaging in the activity with the intent to injure a candidate and influence an election. Obviously, it would have to be within 90 days, and they would have to. It would have to be something that a reasonable person would not think was parody. A reasonable person viewing it would be convinced that it was actually real, and the person depicted was doing or saying the things that were depicted, rather than being parody. To you.
Yeah, I appreciate the answer. I don't know that your answer, while you gave it with extreme confidence, is necessarily something that someone else might say in a courtroom, or might be an opinion that's handed down by a judge based on the policy that is before us. And I think that's what concerns me, which is that, we all have our own opinions about the interpretations of the words in the bill about what might be reasonable, or what is actually damaging a candidate and so forth. I mean, I think making videos, putting together footage of the president, stumbling in his speech, or unable to climb stairs, which may have happened in some fashion in reality, but are exaggerated by the way that they're clipped together. I think that could potentially be considered attempting to injure a candidate, and I'm just curious if something like that would fall into this category.
To you, Senator, it would not, because it would not be depicting events or conduct that did not happen. To you.
So, am I correct then, Mr. Chairman, that you could take video of our committee meeting today, and you could take me and you exchanging a lot of different words and put them in some different order in a video clip to have an entirely different message, and that would not violate this if it was used purposely to injure one of us in the next political election within 90 days?
To you, Senator, if you were using words that could be different, because we would be depicting a meaning that was not actually communicated, or depicting speech that was not actually communicated. If you depicted us stumbling or falling down during the committee hearing, or some other nonverbal form of conduct, then it would not be covered. To you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was trying to be more specific, which is to say just taking our words like I just said, a few different words. You could range those by clipping the video in a different order, and they could do that to make you or I say almost anything. And that could be used to imply that we held a position that we don't have or to harm us as candidates. Would that fall under deceptive synthetic media?
To you, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So if, there are people on, social media these days that enjoy making memes, and as the technology grows, I think that you're going to see more advanced type of memes. Would this potentially make memes that may, let me ask you this, a better way to put this. Where is the line, Mr. Chairman, in your mind, between what is simply making a parody versus injuring a candidate?
To you, Senator, well, if you're depicting something that didn't happen and a reasonable person doesn't believe having viewed the video actually happened, that would be the line to you.
So not to use the Babylon Bee again, but I'm going to mention them a couple of times because first off, this is a entity that I don't believe is located in our state. Well, let me ask this question. So would this apply to any campaign that would show up on a Connecticut ballot, including the presidential race?
To you, it would apply regardless of the status of the kind of race, as long as it was in Connecticut. And just with regard to the Babylon Bee, a reasonable person would know that they are a parody website, and thus they would not be covered under this bill.
That leads to several other questions, because if I was somebody who was just starting out and trying to make memes, would that mean that I might end up having to require the disclaimer where they might not, because I don't have the same protection of their widely known and understood status as a parody site?
To you, it could, depending on the circumstances.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
Yes, it could, depending on the circumstances.
Yeah, see, this is the concern I have about putting any government, particularly our state government, in a position of making a lot of arbitrary determinations about what things mean, about where these lines are, so to speak. Would this impact entities that are not operating in the state, but their product? I mean, for instance, we're talking about the presidential election being potentially part of this. Somebody creates something that falls into this category from another state, and it's shared on social media and appears on my iPhone and Instagram. How do we police that using this legislation, Mr. Chairman?
To you, Senator, it would be policed in the sense that the bill imposes liability on distribution within the state. So just because you created something doesn't mean that you would be subject to liability. You'd have to distribute it in the state. It would also be limited by the long arm jurisdiction of our statutes to you.
Understood. So who would ultimately have that liability? Would it be the social media provider?
Depending on the circumstances, they could, although they have protections under federal law under Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act. To you.
Thank you very much for those answers. And does this policy, I already asked if it extended beyond individual candidates, but so almost any citizen who engages in this activity, even innocently, can find themselves in this situation if it falls under the description laid out in the bill that would be interpreted by the governing entity in the state, which, if I'm correct, is the Attorney General ultimately would have the first crack at deciding whether or not you could be charged.
So the decider would be a court, in the first instance and potentially a jury, depending on the circumstances. The Attorney General does have the power to bring a case under this bill. So do individuals who are depicted in the bill. But ultimately the decider is a court to you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I understand that, but a court ultimately is going to decide where these lines are drawn if this bill becomes law, and over time, I think it will be fleshed out by courts to decide where our free speech begins and ends with respect to this type of activity. But there has to be a mechanism for someone to end up in the courtroom, and it doesn't seem that we're involving the folks involved with political campaigns, the State Election Enforcement Commission or the Secretary of the State. So it looks to me like someone, if they felt they were subject to unfair attacks using deceptive synthetic media, their course of action would be to contact the Attorney General's office, and then it would be up to that office to determine whether or not they pursue a prosecution. Am I correct about that?
To you, the individual could also sue on their own behalf. To you.
Is there anything preventing anyone from suing for deceptive campaign material currently?
To you, are defamation laws currently and other speech torts? Yes. But other than that, I don't believe there are any statutory provisions to you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And the more I look at this, the more I go back to thinking that that's where we need to be addressing this problem. Really, is that I know that to be a public figure, it's commonly understood, and I don't know why necessarily, that you are somewhat less protected from libel and slander than a non-public person. That was a rather scary noise we heard outside. So I'm trying really, and it's difficult to do this in the committee. I mean, we've had this bill only a short time. We've got some substitute language, and it seems like every time I have a conversation with this subject matter with somebody, we end up opening a lot more doors to the conversation. And I really do think this is the type of policy that needs to be discussed ad nauseum. I mean, I really think before we go ahead and start passing laws like this, you've got to have a lot of people look at this. I'm so disappointed to see that we only had, I think, 11 pieces of testimony on this proposed bill. I mean, this is something that is going to, I think forever change the boundaries of the First Amendment in our state if it becomes law. Again, I don't want to belabor my concerns with the committee. I guess I think I'm just going to leave it. I'm going to vote no on the bill today, and that's unfortunate because I see the danger here, and I'm as concerned as anyone else about this type of activity. I just think that what we ought to be working on is trying to reframe or restructure or change the lines where our current libel and slander lines are drawn currently to allow political candidates to take issue with dishonest accusations and claims made about them instead of trying to focus more on the tools necessary and potentially capturing a lot of people who are simply engaging in their own First Amendment right to political speech by mocking candidates, creating memes, and so forth. To require them under penalty of criminal activity is scary. I also don't like the idea that we're empowering the Attorney General in this bill, who is a partisan, politically elected figure who's going to have a bias in certain other political elections to be a decider. And that's no reflection on our current Attorney General. I would apply, regardless of what party the person who is currently serving is. So for those reasons, I'm going to, pay attention to this bill going forward. I hope we can continue to discuss and talk about my concerns and others. And either pass a improved policy that we can be confident is not going to interfere with people's freedoms, or not do anything at all until we know better how to combat this issue. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Further discussion on this bill? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
House Bill 5450, LCO 3311, JFS to the floor. Dexter,
Yes.
Blumenthal,
Yes.
Schlapp,
Senator Slatt votes yes.
Moore Bello,
Yes.
Sampson,
Sampson is no.
Master Francesco,
Yes.
Burger Giovanni, Bronco,
Yes.
Carpino, Haggard,
Yes.
Hoxa,
Hawk says yes.
Kano,
Hana's yes.
Labriola,
Labriola votes no.
Marks, McCarthy Vehy, McCrory,
McCrory's a yes.
Parker, Rosario,
Rosario votes yes.
Santiago.
Santiago votes yes.
All set, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next up, we have item number 5 on our agenda, HB 5408, an act concerning the purchase of print and digital advertising by the state. This is a straight JF. I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Senator Flexer, seconded by Representative Moore and Bello. This bill would require state agencies to endeavor where they are already spending state funds on media for advertising or other similar circulation to endeavor to use 50% of those funds on locally owned media. And if they did not, they would have to merely explain why that interfered with the goals of the media. Is there a discussion on this bill? Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, we're doing some work on the fly here, and I'm trying to encourage my colleagues to give me a little time to actually catch up. Hard to study on the next bill when you're talking on the previous one. But with respect to House Bill 5408, the thing that I'm leaning on more than anything is, amazingly, the testimony of OPM. Mr. Beckham, Secretary of OPM, offered some testimony, which I found very compelling. This particular bill would require the state of Connecticut to spend, I think, 50% of their annual advertising budget on Connecticut headquartered news publishers, which, you know, it sounds good in theory every time we have one of these type of bills that says, oh yes, we're gonna keep that money here in Connecticut, except the fact of the matter is that, you know, that's not how the world works. First off, I think there's a duty for the state government when they're spending taxpayer money to get the best value for what they're buying. That doesn't mean necessarily the cheapest price, but the best value. Like you shop for anything, you want the best quality for the best price that you can get, and they have an obligation to do that. And when you start to create these red line type boundaries, you're effectively limiting your options to achieve the best price, and you're encouraging retaliation from other entities to say, well, we're going to, you know, charge more for Connecticut, or we're going to do the same thing. We're not going to buy anything in Connecticut, and limit the ability of those Connecticut businesses to be able to sell their product to other locations. And that's exactly what he's written here in their testimony. He says, I oppose this bill as the strict adherence to an advertising expenditure percentage frustrates the purpose of advertising and does not provide taxpayers with the best value for the advertising dollars. And I could not agree more. It also said, he also goes on to say that you can't waive this expenditure requirement, which also creates an administrative burden, which might divert resources that could be better spent elsewhere. Again, anything that has to do with saving taxpayer dollars, I'm certainly interested and focused on. And when the Secretary of OPM is telling me this is going to end up costing the taxpayers money, I'm listening. And he has done so in writing to this committee on this subject matter. Furthermore, I don't know that we necessarily. Let me ask you this question, Mr. Chairman: is the 50%? Where did the number come from?
To you, Senator, this came from a number that was given to us by Department of Administrative Services, which is what they are currently already doing as internal policy, and this would enshrine this more generally to you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Did they say where they came up with the number of 50%?
To you, no.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm quite certain that they pulled it out of the air. It's a completely arbitrary number. I doubt that there's any data that they use to come down and it suddenly, appeared 50%.00, a miracle. They just said, well, let's do this. And that's not a good way to make public policy between you and me. Just continuing on with the Secretary of OPM's testimony, he makes this point that, we should be using the best service for each particular ask. He says it requires a state agency to expend at least 50% of their budget on in-state news publishers, even if those publishers are not the most effective means to reach the target audience. So that means you might not even be able to use the proper service if you are bound by this 50% mandated requirement. And I get the idea here, which is we're trying to keep our Connecticut, news media alive and give them a funding stream while simultaneously keeping taxpayer dollars in state. That sounds like a great idea on its face, but I think that the counterpoints that I've just made and are shared by OPM, who is arguably a large decision maker about how taxpayer dollars are properly used, in his terms, frustrates that. So I'm going to oppose this bill today on those grounds, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Senators. Further discussion on this bill? Seeing none, I'll just say a special thank you to the Vice Chair who worked on this bill, Representative Morambello, and to Representative Kate Farrar for their work on it. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Flexer,
Yes.
Blumenthal,
Yes.
Slack,
Senator Slapp votes yes.
Morambello,
Yes.
Sampson,
Sampson is no.
Master Francesco, Berger Giavallo, Bronco,
No.
Carpino, Haddad,
Yes.
Coxa,
Hock says no.
Hana,
Hannah is a yes.
Labriola,
Labriola votes no.
Marks, McCarthy Vehi, McCrory, Parker, Rosario, Santiago,
Rosario votes yes.
Santiago,
Santiago votes yes.
thank you, Mr. Chair, all set.
I'm
Thank you.
sorry, this McCory's a yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next up on our agenda is item number 6, Senate Bill 264, an act concerning the bonding authority of the Connecticut Municipal Redevelopment Authority, the reporting of material financial obligations by state agencies, tax exempt proceeds, fund references, and the notification of the sale or lease of projects financed with bond proceeds. The treasurer loves long title names. This is a straight JF to the floor. I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Senator Flexer, seconded by Representative Morambello. Senator Flexer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, this bill comes to us from the Treasurer's Office, as it has in this committee for the last several years. The title explains a good deal of what the bill does. It limits the bonding authority of the Municipal Redevelopment Authority. It requires certain notification when officers of the state enter into certain financial obligations that must be reported under federal securities law. It requires that certain property sales, leases, or other transactions receive the state treasurer's approval. It deletes an obsolete statutory reference with regard to tax exempt proceeds funds, and it removes the state treasurer as the treasurer. This treasurer and the treasurer before him has been asking for quite some time to be removed from the Board of Regional School Districts. Mr. Chair, I encourage members of the committee to support this bill. Are there any questions or comments from members of the committee?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe in section 1, and this particular bill did have substitute language. I know it was directs JF to the floor. It says it removes exceptions for the state's protection of directors, officers, and employees. What does that mean?
Just to be clear, Representative, this is a straight JF.
Correct. And I was just wondering what it means where it's, there's an exception for state's protection of directors, officers, and employees of the Municipal Redevelopment Authority from financial loss arising from claims. So I'm just trying to get a handle on what does that exactly mean?
Could the representative please give me the line number that you're referring to?
Section 1.
Yep.
Let me get the bill, 264, hold on. We have many bills here today. I believe.
I mean, while you look that up, Representative, I think what section 1 is trying to do is to align the Municipal Redevelopment Authority with existing statutory requirements for other quasi-public agencies, if that helps provide some clarity while you look for the line number in terms of its bonding authority. So making sure that the MRDA has to operate when it comes to bonding the same way that other quasi-public agencies do.
Okay, so I think that clarifies it. So this is for bonds.
Right, that's
Okay,
correct.
That's the new change in there. Okay. That was a little confusing. And then on lines 44, it talks about the board of directors. They remove the word shall have power to purchase bonds. That authority is being taken away. I think it's on line 44. The board of directors of the authority purchase bonds. It just takes away shall have the power to and may. They're just saying may as opposed to they must.
That's right.
Is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
This is a treasurer's bill. I find
That's
it a
right.
little confusing.
I do too. That's why it's been here for about 5 years.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I have no further questions and maybe it'll be here for another 5 years.
Thank you, Representative. Are there other questions or comments from members of the committee? Representative Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Just digging into this hefty, not that hefty, not the biggest one by any means, but 19 pages of some relatively complicated stuff. The sections 1, 2, and 3 have to do with trying to equate the bonding authority with the Municipal Redevelopment Authority and other quasi-public agencies. Sorry, I shut my microphone off by accident. I understand that part. But can I just ask, what is how is this the treasurer's bill, I guess, when it comes to that particular topic? Is it because of the way the treasurer is involved in the bond issuance, and he's just looking to make sure that all of these quasis, including MRDA, are operating on the same type of policy. Am I getting that correct?
I think you are.
That was very helpful, Madam Chairman. That's what I derived from the bill, and I just was trying to make sure that that's exactly what's going on. Are we expanding the authority of the treasurer in sections 1, 2, and 3 in any way, or are we simply aligning the MRDA to his requirements?
I think one could argue that this bill is potentially giving the treasurer more oversight when it comes to the issuance of bonds for the MRDA, but again, it is just giving him more authority that is in line with other quasi-public agencies. So it's really about, from my perspective, making sure that the MRDA has to operate just like all the other quasi-public agencies.
Thank you for that answer, Madam Chairman. I know you and I agree on expanding the oversight of quasis, and I appreciate that you have confidence that this is a good section. So that does matter to me. Section 4 talks about the requirement of state agencies to notify the treasurer if there are certain types of reports and filings that are necessary from the office of the treasurer. And I get that, because we don't certainly want to see the treasurer miss some sort of important filing or financial obligation that might create a problem with the federal government under SEC. I'm curious to know how this is going to play out. How are these state agencies going to be aware that they need to notify the treasurer?
It's going to be a requirement that the state agencies have to do this. I would think that anyone at a state agency who's engaged in this kind of activity would be dotting every I and crossing every T. And I would also think that the treasurer's office would be informing state agencies that are involved in these kinds of transactions of these new requirements.
I appreciate your confidence, Madam Chairman. I wish I shared that, but I will take your word for it that all the folks working in these state agencies will have that knowledge and communication, so that does play out as suggested in the legislation. And then let me just, there's a bunch of other sections in the bill, but the only other one I wanted to ask about was section 13, which is this one that removes the treasurer from the regional school district committee, which apparently they were added to many, many years ago. I just want to make sure that the removal of the treasurer does not complicate the issue of the regional school district committee by leaving their voting, leaving as a voting member, is potentially leaving them without the ability to make a quota or a quorum rather, or something like that. Do we have any knowledge about the regional school district committee and how this will impact them?
I think that's a fair question. And while I'm not an expert on the regional school district committee, as someone who does represent a district that has a number of regional school districts, I don't think this is an entity that meets often. And anything to dissolve or have a community withdraw from a regional school district would be highly controversial and frankly a pretty rare event in Connecticut. So I don't know that the removal of the state treasurer would affect any outcomes that happen in that committee, since I don't think the body has these kinds of discussions very frequently. And the treasurer, in his previous testimony to this particular provision, has stated that they don't really see themselves as having a role in making a decision as an office as to whether or not a community should be able to withdraw from a regional school district, or whether a regional school district should be dissolved.
I appreciate that answer, Madam Chairman. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there other questions or comments from members of the committee? Seeing none, Madam Clerk? Oh, Senator Sampson.
Madam Chairman, without objection, I think we can offer this item for the consent calendar as well.
Great. All right. Seeing no objection, this item will be placed on our consent calendar. Chairman Blumenthal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Next up, we have item number 7 on the agenda, House Bill 5312, an act making certain terms in electronic book and digital audiobook license agreements or contracts unenforceable. This is a straight JF to the floor. I will entertain a motion.
So moved. Second.
Moved by Senator Flexer, seconded by Representative Morin-Bello. This bill would confront a problem that we've seen brought to us by our public libraries, where they have not only been being charged outrageous prices for audiobooks, but also have had imposed upon them highly onerous terms in terms of electronic books and audiobooks that prevent them from engaging in normal lending operations with regard to these titles. And so this bill would help them by banning them from agreeing to certain of those terms so that they can utilize their full negotiating power to get better terms on ebooks and audiobooks. Importantly, it would not in any way make any imposition on publishers who are on the other sides of those transactions. Is there discussion on this bill? Representative Massafrancesco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You'll probably hear a lot of discussion today about this bill. We could probably talk about it for a while, but I just want to kind of go over some basic details in this bill. The first question is, you had mentioned in your summary that the librarians or the library are really prevented from negotiating a contract. Is that correct? To you.
To you, Madam Representative, yes. So what they've communicated to us is that they are unable to negotiate these terms because these contracts are presented as take it or leave it contracts, and they are just on their own. And so they feel pressure to get these titles on behalf of their patrons. And because they can get picked off one by one, they feel that they don't have the negotiating power to push back on these terms. To you.
Thank you. I think I heard testimony from one of the librarians saying that she was able to negotiate with the publisher and actually get a lower rate for the ebooks. That's something that they can do right now without any laws in place, any policy. Is that correct to you?
To you, Madam Representative, theoretically, yes. And if I remember it correctly, and correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that the testimony we heard was about how libraries had been able to band together similarly to what we're encouraging here as to specific aspects of certain ebooks during the pandemic. And legally, as a matter of theory, yes, they can potentially negotiate on these matters, but in reality, there are no negotiations taking place, and they feel they don't have the negotiating power to push back on any terms. To you.
Thank you. So you mentioned negotiating power. Perhaps negotiation is sometimes skill, and perhaps they don't have the negotiating skill to make a deal when it comes to the cost for the ebooks, but they certainly can do it. Has there been, now this will affect 169 towns, so we'll ban librarians together where they cannot go out and purchase from a publisher an electronic book because of the terms and conditions that they have in their contract. Do we know how much in the state of Connecticut all the libraries spend on these electronic books and what the potential could be a loss for the publisher? Do we have any of that information to you?
To you, Madam Representative, I don't have that information at my fingertips right now. I know that the state library spends over $1 million just on its own on ebooks and audiobooks, and these are one of the one of the fastest rising and most significant costs that libraries are facing. So I think the costs could be or are in total many millions of dollars to you.
Thank you. And you had mentioned that the librarians or the libraries had come to you. Was there a task force or a survey or something sent out to all the libraries to see if this is something that they really want to join in together to you?
To you, Madam Representative, I'm not aware of a legislative task force. I believe that this is a matter that the state libraries associations have been working on for some time. To you.
Thank you. The potential risk that I see with this particular bill is one, that the publishers may decide to just pull out of Connecticut. Perhaps they don't want to do business here because maybe they feel the climate is a little bit too hostile to them, and it may not financially be worth it. I can see a potential that they could say, okay, we will negotiate with you, but we're raising our prices, and these libraries in towns, it'll cost much more money for them to purchase electronic books. And then I can also see some copyright issues where this can possibly be challenged in court. I really think that this particular bill, it handicaps the libraries. You're telling them that who and they can and cannot purchase from. And I understand that they're trying to band together to get the best price for their books, for their from the publishers. So I really don't think it's going to be effective. I think actually a negative effect on this particular bill could happen to the library. So that's certainly a concern I have. Have we reached out to the publishers at all? Did the publishers, do you know, submit any testimony with their concerns on this?
To you, Representative, yes, we have reached out to the publishers. We've attempted to meet with them multiple times to have them comment on the bill. And the only thing that they have done is oppose it. And the only reason they've said that they oppose it is essentially that they believe that it violates copyright law. However, their comments on that have been based on either other versions of the bill or other versions of bills in other states too.
Thank you. I guess what bothers me here is that we're basically telling the publisher, it's not really price control, but putting restrictions on them of what they can do in the state of Connecticut as far as business. And really, stopping the libraries or putting a regulation in place that prevents them to really keep it in the hands of their local towns. And certainly if they want to do business with a certain company or a publisher, they really can't because of terms and conditions. I personally believe that those decisions should be made on a local level, and the state shouldn't be involved in that. I don't have any further questions at this time, but I'm sure certain my colleagues do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Further discussion on this bill? Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I was hoping I would have a little more time to prepare for this particular item, but I'm going to have to do my best under the circumstances. I know this is a JF and we've had the bill, but it's a complicated issue and it's one that takes a little bit of preparation. I was just saying to my colleagues in the majority today, just imagine what it's like to be in the minority sometimes, to have to face an agenda that's got a significant number of items on there and a mountain of paper. I mean, this is just some of the bills I'm probably not going to vote for. It's not even close to all of them. To digest that material and to be able to debate it effectively, and not for the purpose of just being the opposition, but because I think that the people listening have a right to know what's in these documents, and that it's important that there is another perspective that is at least explored in the conversation that we have in the committee. And this particular bill is one that I definitely have a completely different perspective than the chairman, and I certainly respect his view on this. I can't agree with a lot of the comments that he made. And I also have to disagree with my House ranking member colleague, one of my dearest friends, my family, because she characterized this the way that the chairman did, which is it's the libraries banding together. And that's not what's happening. That's not happening in this bill. The libraries are being denied freedom in this bill, even if they're asking for it. It's one of those very interesting things that happens here sometimes. We have people come all the time demanding this building take their freedom away. I'm like, why? If you have a choice to do something, why are you wanting to give up your choice? But it does happen now and again. I wish I could come up with some examples, but like when we license certain industries, for example, they have a purpose behind why they're asking always. I'm not suggesting that they're without good reason, but they should recognize what's actually happening, which is that they're being denied rights. They're not being granted any additional rights. And my issue with this bill is that if we were simply finding a way to unionize, for lack of a better term, the various library entities in the state so they could collectively bargain with these publishers, then I would have no issue with this. But that's not what's happening. What's happening in this bill is two very distinct and I think very, very wrong things. One of them is we are interfering with private contracts for participants that don't want any involvement, because this bill is very, very broad in the way it defines libraries. This is not just the public libraries that are in favor of it, that submitted testimony on the bill. This bill defines library to include any public library, public elementary school library, secondary school library, tribal library, academic library, research library, or public archive that is funded directly or indirectly, in whole or in part, during a fiscal year by the state or a political subdivision of the state, including but not limited to matching expenditures, grants, loans, bonding, insurance or guarantees, et cetera, et cetera. That can touch a lot of different folks. And I don't believe that every one of those people has bought into this argument that they want their rights taken away to negotiate themselves on these particular purchase agreements. And to me, that's what frustrates me more than anything, is that this is being characterized as empowering those libraries when it's denying them their right to negotiate on their own. And it's including entities that certainly don't want any part of this. Mr. Chairman, can you just elaborate for me, since I just brought it up, on the definition of library? What exactly might be considered a public archive? Does that mean, like, if I had a small library in my coffee shop, and does that mean that that might be considered a public archive?
To you, Senator, no, I don't believe so.
And what would preclude it from being a public archive? If those books were available to the public and it was funded in some way by a grant I received to open my business from the state?
To you, Representative, canons of statutory interpretation, including a justum generis, rule that when there's a list of items and there's a more general item after those items, that it should be interpreted to be in the same vein and similar to those previous items. So we have a long list of items there of different kinds of libraries that are well understood in our state laws. And so a public archive would be a public archive that is similar to those libraries. So under that definition, it would not qualify in the situation that you suggested. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll just confirm that that is your opinion as a proponent of this bill and not the letter of the law. Is that correct?
Well, to you, Senator, is the result of interpretation over many years in canons of construction that are used to construe our laws. A public archive, I don't think a reasonable person, and certainly certainly a court, would not consider a coffee shop's shelves a public archive. To you.
All right, thank you. I appreciate the response and your perspective for sure. And you may in fact be correct. I am unlike some of my colleagues, and including the chairman, I am not an attorney. I just play one on TV occasionally. And the thing here is for me, a lot of times, things are said in these meetings that are taken as matter of fact, when ultimately, as we established in the earlier conversation that we had on a previous bill, it will ultimately be determined by a court where these lines are and what will be considered a library and what is not. I don't doubt the expertise of the chairman in this regard, but I'm not 100% confident that they will have the same exact opinion that he does on this particular issue. And I'll just add that, this says funded directly or indirectly, and whole or in part, which means that, you could have a library that is receiving virtually no funding from the state of Connecticut and not even any direct funding whatsoever. And they're caught up in this situation, even if they have the means and desire to want to participate in contractual agreement with a publisher that does not match this particular issue. There are numerous bits of testimony that were submitted on this bill. And I want to get to that, actually. I really had a plan to kind of go through the bill more specifically, but I got to get to the substance of this, which is like several different issues I want to talk about. The chairman, when he was referring, making his case for this bill, he made a lot of generalizations, in my opinion. You know, the like all publishers feel a certain way, and all libraries feel the same way. And I don't think you can do that. I think that there are publishers, large and small. I think that they engage in business in their own ways, and to suggest that they are all, you know, monolithic in the way they approach certain things, I don't think is fair to them. And I don't think that's a fair representation to be made to the public. I've already mentioned that, you know, denying the freedom of the participants to engage in an open and free contract is not the same thing as empowering them. I actually, you know, find that very troubling to encourage that type of description of the bill. There are many key ingredients to this thing. The discussion about the difference in the sale of a book versus what happens when it comes to digital media, which is licensed, is like the main factor here that brings the issue of copyright law before us. And then the other issues I want to touch on just briefly are the notion that, which I have more than anything, and the reason why I'm going to oppose this bill today is because I have a significant desire to support the actual creative minds and artists and authors involved here in producing this material. And I think that those are the people left entirely out of this conversation. And I also think that they're the folks that are going to be harmed the most by this. All of us, you know, of a certain age at least, remember the issue with Napster back in the day, you know, and that was a situation where people's, you know, content that they created and had possession of as copyrighted material that they chose how to license and sell to a marketplace was being reproduced and shared widely, often for no cost, but in the process diminished the value of what they could sell their work for. And they were rightfully upset about that. You know, we heard during the public hearing, it's fascinating. The people that were coming forward in support of this bill all kind of came at it from this, I think, very, you know, collectivist perspective, that people that were attempting to, you know, make money on, you know, this type of material that falls in the realm of art are somehow unscrupulous. And I'm like, are you kidding me? You know, this goes hand in hand with the way we handle, you know, other committees in this building, with the labor committee, for example, where we're actually punishing people that are, you know, the producers in our society, the folks that are coming up with, you know, a better mousetrap, the people that are coming up with new ways to do business and innovating and creating new products and new services and advancing our civilization and making humanity better. Somehow they're the bad guy because they are doing it for self-interest. I can't remind people enough that self-interest is the way our country has prospered and has given us the quality of life that we have. That's what capitalism is. And it is the most moral system that we have because it is the only system that relies on the free exchange of goods and services between parties without any government force being applied to anyone. So the idea that because someone does something for self-interest should not be treated as a negative in our society. It should be admired and respected as the means by which we get to live in the most prosperous period of mankind's experience. And it's highly frustrating to me that people in our society are being taught in large numbers to condemn making profit. And I think that is a motivation behind this policy, that it condemns the idea that publishers and even the authors and creative minds themselves are making a profit based on their own material. And I'm offended by that, because if we want to see more art, we want to see more creative material created that advances us as human beings, we can't be doing this type of policy that diminishes that activity. So that's a frustration for me. I support authors and creative minds wholeheartedly. And I support the publishers that are in business to make sure that they're getting that material out into the world for people to experience. And, you know, we had a substantial amount of testimony on this bill, and the public hearing was lively. And it was very divided. It was between the libraries, who felt that this was a mechanism, as was described by the chairman, to band them together to be able to use their numbers to force the publishers, the mean old 5 or 6 publishers, which we heard over and over again, were to force them to the table to negotiate the terms of their agreements. But there's a lot missing from that when you actually break it down and discuss it in reality. As I already described, the libraries are not banding together. If we were talking about truly government libraries, they would be able to band together. They would, just like any other government entity is able to make purchasing decisions and enter into contracts on its own without using the force of government. And I'll just say a word about that too. Anytime we are using the creation of law to interfere with a private contract between parties, we are doing a disservice to both of them, because they are no longer experiencing the level of freedom that they deserve in our country. And this is an interesting situation because, you know, a lot of times the government interferes with contracts on behalf of small individuals. So, you know, a tenant versus, you know, a larger landlord, or an employee versus the large employer that they work for. The government, and I'm not suggesting those things are right either, but that's usually the argument. The government is like, oh, we have to protect the small person in that contract, so we're going to run right out there and put restrictions on the agreement. Well, here you got the publishers, which, by the way, are not all mean old 5 or 6 big publishers. There are really small publishers too, and versus the government. So who really has the ability in that particular situation? Who's really the more powerful entity that can impose force on the other one? I think the fact of the matter is that this is such a small piece of a typical library's budget and what they purchase anyway, that they don't have a lot of bargaining power with the publishers. And I also think that they're minimizing the value of what they're getting from the publishers when they try and equate copyrighted material being licensed to them with the purchase of a hardcover book, for example. The fact of the matter is that the people that produce that and the publisher that is distributing for them, they want to be compensated appropriately for them. And maybe I'm old school, but I'm also somebody who believes that nobody should be forced to sell anything for less than what they believe it's worth. And nobody should have to buy anything for more than what they believe it's worth. I believe that, you know, pretty straightforward, people, you know, that kind of logic, but you would be surprised just how many times in this building we interject ourselves as a state government and decide we're going to upend that. I mean, the minimum wage, for example, that's the government telling someone what the value of certain labor is. Of course, as the chairman pointed out, we don't have that power. We can attempt to make changes, but the fact of the matter is people don't subscribe to it. No one in this room is going to pay, you know, $500 for a $50 pair of sneakers. And nobody's going to spend $100,000 on a $20,000 car. It's just not going to happen. People don't do it. And the same thing happens in the labor arena. People don't pay people a minimum wage for a job that used to be a lower minimum wage. The job changes, obviously, because they're obviously interested in collecting the amount of work for the amount of dollars that they put a value on. And in this particular situation, we're talking about the value of this copyrighted material, which is determined by the people selling it. And every day, the chairman mentioned one thing, which was that, these are often put forward as take it or leave it type contracts. Well, but every day we're faced with take it or leave it type contracts. I can't negotiate the price of my lunch at Burger King. They're not going to tell me that I can get my, a Burger King, my Whopper deal meal for, $5, because that's not what they charge for it. And that doesn't make it wrong. And in that situation, both parties still retain their freedom to decide. Burger King is losing my business because I'm only willing to pay $5 for a Whopper meal. And I'm losing my Whopper meal because I'm only willing to pay $5 for it. At some point, one of us has got to give in, or there's got to be some other element of competition or some other avenue that is driving the parties towards making a decision. When the government decides to interfere in the contract and in the freedom of the parties to do that, it's wrong. It also is likely to limit the availability and production of the product. And that's what concerns me more than anything, which is why I brought up my concern about the authors. And that's what I'm really focused on here, is that I think by doing this, you are going to create a situation where either these publishers and the authors that they represent are just going to abandon Connecticut altogether because they're going to not want to deal with an unreasonable entity who will not negotiate with them in good faith, or, well, or they're going to lose the ability to be able to market their products to Connecticut consumers. And we all lose in that case. And why? Because some folks think that they can use the government and the power of government, which I'll remind you is the most powerful entity that there is, more powerful than anything, because the government has the ability to fine you and put you in jail. Nothing is more powerful than government. To use that power to influence a otherwise free negotiation, to me is fundamentally wrong. I would encourage anyone that wants to know more about this subject to read the testimony of the actual publishers, because they are unbelievably good at making the case. I don't know how anyone can read this and not understand that they're actually on the side of the authors and artists. I'm reading the Independent Book Publishers Association testimony, and they say that they represent, they're a national nonprofit that represents 4,000 small and mid-sized publishers, as well as author publishers, including members of the state of Connecticut, members from the state of Connecticut. So it's not 5 or 6 big, mean publishers. Here we have an organization that is talking about 4,000 small and mid-sized publishers that they represent, who are still opposed to this. And that's an interesting thing to consider, because a lot of times when you have a lot of small players in a marketplace, they're looking for an advantage to take over the 5 or 6 big guys in an industry. But here they are standing in solidarity with them and saying, what you're doing is wrong. You can't do this. Stop messing with our ability to own our copyrighted material and license it the way we choose. And that's the issue here with the bill that I'm gathering that they take exception to more than anything, is that this bill attempts to redefine what the method by which the licenses are sold in a way that denies the seller, owner of that license, their ability to determine how it's sold, which, according to some testimony that I saw from a gentleman named Devin Hartline, who I remember his testimony when he was here, He's from the Hudson Institute of Forum for Intellectual Property, which is a think tank in DC that is interested in protecting intellectual property, something that I think it should be valued in our committee. But he goes on to talk about how the issue with the copyright law here is in his last paragraph, I think, of his testimony. Well, not necessarily the last one. On page 6, he talks about a simple test for determining whether a state licensing law that implicates copyrights work is preempted. And he says that market regulations only touch copyrighted work indirectly, if at all, are generally not preempted because they only dictate the manner in which copyright licenses are negotiated and granted to assure a fair market and honest business dealings. But a state regulation that is copyright based in essence and directed to the exclusive rights themselves is preempted because it conflicts with the Copyright Act's grant to the copyright holder of an exclusive right to distribute and license a work, and thus stands as an obstacle to Congress's purposes and objectives. I think he's absolutely right that Congress crafted our Copyright Act nationally for the express purpose of protecting the owners of this work in a way that is being violated on its face in the bill that is before us. And for that reason and all the other reasons that I mentioned, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to oppose this bill today. And I'm going to state for the final time that if you read this testimony, you're going to find out that there wasn't a single person, I don't think, I looked at it pretty closely, who would be defined as someone who is a creator of these works that is in favor of this bill. All of them have an objection to having the work that they have created and that they own and possess and should be allowed to market and sell by their own means interfered with by this state government. And I stand with them. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Further discussion of this bill? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
House Bill 5312J up to the floor. Flexer. Blumenthal.
Yes.
Slapp. Morin-Bello.
Yes.
Sampson.
Sampson is no.
Master Francesco.
Master Francesco's no.
Burger Giavallo. Burger Giavallo. Bronco.
No.
Rapino. Haddad.
Haddad votes yes.
Hoxa.
Hoxa votes no.
Khanna.
Khanna votes yes.
Labriola.
Labriola votes no.
Marks. McCarthy Vahey. McCrory.
Corey votes yes.
Parker. Rosario.
Rosario votes yes.
Santiago.
Santiago votes yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next up is item number 13 on our agenda. Item number 13 is SB 386, an act concerning designation of polling places and implementation of early voting at primaries and elections. This is a JFS to the floor, LCO number 3426, and I will entertain a motion.
So moved. Second.
Moved by Representative Morin-Bello, seconded by Representative Khanna. This bill would establish a due process system for screening the designation of new polling locations to make sure that they don't disenfranchise or disadvantage the individuals who ordinarily go to the polling places that they're going to replace. And it also contains a fix for our early voting law that would allow registrars of voters to appoint monitors to supervise early voting just as they can for regular voting. Is there discussion?
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. This bill I was in support of all along, but I am not 100% familiar with what the changes are in the substitute language. Maybe you can just confirm what those are for me.
Yes, Senator, thank you for the question. So it changes the deadline to make them accord with the existing law more fully. And let's see, and it eliminates a March 1st deadline for COG funding to implement this bill. And I believe that the additional fix in Section 8 for the early voting between allowing the registrars to delegate duties to monitors that I just described, I believe that was in the JFS as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you, Senator. Further discussion on this bill?
Mr. Chairman, if there's no objection, we would offer this item for the consent calendar.
Thank you, Senator. Is there objection? Is there objection? Seeing no objection, this item will be placed on the consent calendar. Next up is item number 14, House Bill 5310, an act concerning presidential electors and certification or declaration of election results. This is a JFS to the floor, LCO number 3329. I will entertain a motion.
Second.
So moved.
Moved by Representative Morin-Bell, seconded by Representative Khanna. This bill is very similar to one we had last year that would deal with ensuring that presidential electors vote in the way that they have committed to vote. And if not, it creates a procedure to ensure that the presidential election is efficiently and accurately certified. It also ensures that individuals and officials in the chain of certification of elections do their duties if there is no dispute about the results of the election, and creates a judicial procedure for ensuring that they do that. And the JFS basically incorporates a change asked for by the judicial branch so that they can refer fact-finding on these decisions to the Superior Court. And the bill that we had last year had criminal penalties, and this bill does not have those. Is there further discussion on this bill? Representative Mastrofrancesco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill is pretty basic. We did do it last year. Last year, as you did mention, there were no criminal penalties involved in here, but are there court proceedings in here?
Yes. So if there is an individual who has, in the chain of certification, who has refused to do their duty and certify the election where there is no dispute that about how the election was decided, there is what is called a mandamus action, where essentially someone can go to court and file a case saying, election official, you need to do your duty. The court would decide it and then issue an order, if it was well-founded, ordering the individual to perform that duty. And so what I talked about earlier is the bill makes for original jurisdiction in the Supreme Court of the state, which means that that's where you'd file the action.
Mm-hmm.
But if the Supreme Court wanted to, they could send the case to the Superior Court for fact-finding. To you.
Thank you. And if the person did not follow through, if the court ordered that person to place the vote for the elector, that for the person that they're supposed to, and they decide and they don't follow the court order, I guess what happens?
They could be subject to contempt proceedings, as anyone who fails to follow a court order does.
Thank you. Yeah, the problem I have with this is that, you're an elector to an election, right? And you're Democrat, Republican, you got to pick the right person to be the delegate. I mean, that's pretty high up, right? It's a pretty high standard to be a delegate for a presidential election. I am assuming that when those people are picked, they are really vetted and to ensure that they are going to support the will of the state, of the party. There is a part in here that I wanted to ask you about, let me just find it here. Oh, the national popular vote. So how does this play in with the national popular vote that they are trying to pass?
To you, Representative, we as a state have signed on to the National Popular Vote Compact, but it does not become effective unless enough states do so. So for now, it wouldn't have any impact, but under this bill, that would be accounted for by ensuring that the electoral vote that the individual is supposed to cast, and again, these presidential electors agree at the outset when they are designated to cast their vote a certain way if they're the elector based on the popular vote of the state of Connecticut. So basically they would be replaced. Essentially their vote would become null and void if they disobeyed that agreement that they agreed to. And they would be replaced by someone else who would then vote the way that had been agreed to. Does that answer your question?
That does. So if they are to be replaced, if they decided not to cast their vote, and they are to be replaced, I remember this from last year, they were to be replaced. Is that the current process right now? If they did not cast their ballot for the person they were supposed to, they are automatically replaced?
To you, no.
What happens right now? To you?
To you, Representative, right now, if they cast their ballot in a different manner than the manner they agreed, then the vote is simply counted in that way that they cast the ballot. And it has happened from time to time in presidential elections. To you.
Thank you. I can't imagine it happens often. Maybe you can cite years that it has happened. And I really believe that their party, step up and make sure that you pick the right person to cast that ballot for you. I think the honor system, it's pretty high standard to be an elector for the president. And I think that parties have to do a good job to ensure. I mean, this to me is over the top. I understand the part where they could be replaced. Understand that, but I just think it's a bit over the top. I don't have further questions, but I think my colleagues do. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Further discussion on this bill, Representative Hoxa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, just a couple questions, maybe even just one, because some of my questions may have been asked and answered in from previous from my colleagues previously. But my question to you is, when the writ of mandamus is issued, which is a court order, if I'm understanding correctly. I don't speak legalese. That essentially is an order by a judge to do a particular thing, correct? In layman's terms, through you, Mr. Chair?
To you, yes.
Okay. And through you, and if you do not comply, so there is the option of still not complying, even though the court order was issued. And in this particular case, non-compliance would be to just vote for the candidate you intended on voting for, which in this case, we're saying is not the candidate that was selected by popular vote in the state that you're in. Obviously, we can only talk about Connecticut for the state of Connecticut. Is that correct, Mr. Chair? I know that was maybe a little confusing the way I worded that.
To you, sorry, I would just correct one part of what you said. So, and there may have been some confusion in the answer that I gave previously to one of the questions of the distinguished ranking member. So the mandamus proceeding only applies to individuals in the chain of certification of election who do not do their duty. For presidential electors, this bill would have an automatic procedure where the vote does not count and the person is replaced as an elector. So there's no court proceeding for faithless presidential electors too.
Okay, so essentially there's no opportunity for somebody to then, in a sense, break the law because they would never be given the opportunity to vote for someone that the popular vote did not demand that they vote for. through you.
To you, yes, that's accurate. They would not be able to have any criminal penalty against them because if they did, there would not be any proceeding that could lead to a contempt proceeding. So they would just, their vote wouldn't count. They would be replaced as an elector, and the electoral process would proceed.
I see. I understand. Yes, I remember, this not exact same bill, but this, a similar bill last session, that had a criminal penalty component to it. Should this, elector carry out, voting for a candidate not, excuse me, supported by the popular vote in our state. It sounds like now there is no criminal penalty to this bill. So I think, I vote, well, I know I voted no on the House floor on this bill last session, and particularly because I thought that maybe the criminal penalty was a little too harsh, given the fact that there was also in that bill a writ of mandamus, which essentially remedied the problem before it became one. So I didn't really quite understand what the point of having the punishment still be in as a part of the bill. I didn't quite understand the point of that, since the writ of mandamus prevented that individual from going that far. But it seems like that component has been taken out of this bill, which is enough for me to actually support it. So no further questions, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative. Are there further discussion? Representative Carpino.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could you just put on the record an explanation as to why we'd be going to Supreme Court, not the Superior Court initially?
To Representative Carpino, in general, it would take time for the proceeding to pass through the appeals process to get to the Supreme Court. And so to make it as expeditious as possible, the action will go directly to the Supreme Court. If they want to refer it to the Superior Court, they can, but they would have control over the proceeding from the beginning so that they could issue any appropriate orders to you.
Thank you, and I appreciate you putting that explanation on the record. I have concerns today. I will give you a yes to get it out of committee, but I don't think this language is ideal.
Thank you, Representative. Further discussion on this bill? Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Long ago, I knew something about this topic, and I've spent the last few minutes trying to refresh myself on the history of faithless electors in the past, and some in the near past, because I think that this is before us based on things that have happened just in the last couple of presidential cycles. There was a major Supreme Court case that we're aware of as a result of the 2020 election that I think has already been alluded to, which said that it was perfectly acceptable for states to make policies to punish faithless electors, which I believe is the impetus behind the bill that is before us. And on its face, I don't object to that, but I do have some nagging concerns about it. And the number one concern I have is whether there is any particular possibility that there could become a situation where an elector might have a reason to go against the instructions of the state law as far as casting their ballot in the Electoral College. And the only thing that I can think of off the top of my head is what was already mentioned earlier, was the notion of the National Popular Vote Compact. And this is a pretty deep conversation to try and tackle at this hour on this this Friday with this long agenda. But I'll just put it out there that, the National Popular Vote is a topic that we've debated many times in this legislature, and it took several tries for the law that has put us into the compact to pass. And I was the lead opposing party in that a perennial debate that we've had, and still trying to reverse it, because I think it's a mistake to engage in the compact. The compact is different than an actual national popular vote, which would be something that only Congress could come up with. Would say that Connecticut and any other state, of course, that was part of the compact would have to deliver its electoral votes to the person who won the national popular vote, regardless of the popular vote in our own state. And I object to that on the grounds, using the terminology of the proponents back then, that, one person, one vote, and your vote should count, et cetera. Well, if you're a member of the Connecticut citizenry and your vote should count towards the mechanism by which we elect the president, which is the Electoral College currently. And therefore, I objected to the idea that you could have a candidate win the national popular vote, but not even receive a single vote in our state. And yet we would be required by virtue of the compact to award our electoral votes to that candidate. And that sounds outlandish. But imagine a presidential candidate who, through their own calculations, decided to abandon the will, the wishes, and the desires of people in Connecticut to potentially win more electoral votes in another state. We'll take Connecticut and sell it and give people in, New York the money. I'm being facetious, of course, but just to make an argument of how a more realistic policy could come about that might truly benefit other states to the detriment of Connecticut or some other state. I think that there's a situation that could happen where the National Popular Vote Compact is potentially reaching a threshold of being enacted, and there are undoubtedly going to be court challenges regarding Congress's response to the compact, the individual states warring with each other over the subject of how the National Popular Vote Compact is to be enacted on lots of grounds. Just one, for example, different states use different rules in their voting. And, how could you weigh the value of votes in Connecticut versus the value of votes in another state when the rules are different for how the election is conducted, for example? And all of those arguments have been made in the past on other types of topics, and they would be undoubtedly made again. So I throw that out there that, we could end up in a situation where there is an elector who is being asked by some parties to follow the traditional electoral college and award electoral votes based on the popular vote inside the state of Connecticut, and simultaneously being asked to award votes according to the National Popular Vote Compact. And in such a situation could put that person in jeopardy. And I kind of think that those people might actually say at that time that they don't want to be in a position to have to make that decision. They would much rather have that decision made for them, which I think this policy might actually work towards in that eventuality. I'm going to continue to study this. I've always been fascinated by our system and how it works, and how it's changed over the years as a result of different and remarkable circumstances that have come across in our political realm. So I'm going to be a no today, Mr. Chairman. I'm not necessarily opposed to this on its face. I think the idea is that those electoral votes ought to be awarded to the legitimate winner, and they should be loyal to that premise. But you can go back through history and find lots and lots of instances and circumstances where people did exercise their will to cast another vote. What's actually remarkable is that it happened more often in the case of vice president than for president. And there were effectively surreptitious faithless electors that negotiated their way into the position, knowing full well that they were casting a vote for a certain person, regardless of the outcome. And there was actually efforts to lobby folks for that purpose historically. So it's very fascinating. And I think the Supreme Court in 2020, their desire was to kind of clean it up, to make sure that it was very straightforward and there was no dispute. And there was very clear what the obligation of the electors is. And I like the idea from that perspective of this bill. But again, there is a little nagging doubt for me based on the idea that our electoral college system is being put through pains right now based on this National Popular Vote Compact, which is, I believe, ill-conceived and imprudent and should never have been enacted. And had it not, I probably would have been more inclined to vote for this bill. But I'll be a no today. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Further discussion on this bill? Seeing none. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
House Bill 5310, LCO 3329 carries to the floor. Flexer. Blumenthal.
Yes.
Slav.
Senator Slav votes yes.
Morinbello.
Yes.
Sampson.
Sampson is no.
Mastro Francesco.
No.
Burger Giovanni. Bronco.
No.
Carpino. Representative, can you unmute yourself, please? Thank you. Representative Carpino? Oh, sorry. Are you? I just need to hear your vote.
Yes.
Thank you. Haddad?
Haddad votes yes.
Hoxha?
Hoxa votes yes.
Khanna?
Khanna votes yes.
Labriola?
Labriola votes no.
Marks? McCarthy Vahey? McCrory?
McCoy's a yes.
Parker? Rosario?
Rosario's a yes.
Santiago?
Santiago votes yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next up is item number 18, Senate Bill 255, an act concerning the adoption of municipal conflict of interest provisions. This is straight JF to the floor. I will entertain a motion.
So moved. Second.
Moved by Representative Morinbello, seconded by Representative Khanna. This bill would require exactly what it says it does. It would require each municipality to adopt a municipal conflict of interest provision. Is there further discussion on this bill? Oh, sorry, Representative Massafrancesco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is for municipalities to adopt a conflict of interest ordinance or resolution, I would say. Is there a standard form or standard resolution that they're supposed to use that's required by the state on this one to you?
To you, Representative, yes, in subsection B of the bill, there is a model provision laid out to you.
Thank you. And that model that they have, that is the one that each town is supposed to be uniform, that they are all supposed to use the exact same form to you?
To you, Representative, they don't need to, but this is a model that is definitely acceptable to you.
Okay, thank you. And how many towns right now do not do this, do not have a policy in place?
To you, Representative, that is a good question, and I do not know the answer off the top of my head. I'm sure I could look it up in Office of State Ethics testimony, if you'd like it.
No, that's okay. I can look it up. I think if I recall by testimony, it could have been maybe under 20 towns. I don't know that don't have any provisions in place. And I always, yeah, there's a lot of small towns. I think these really should be decided upon by the town. Again, as the state always, trying to make a cookie cutter for the towns, that everybody should do the same thing. We put more mandates on them. I really believe that these decisions really should be at the local town level. I know in our town in Wolcott, when I was on the town council, we always did these things all the time. It was our decision to do them. We weren't mandated by the state. And I truly believe that's where it should stay. I don't have any further questions. This one's pretty straightforward, Mr. Chairman. Just wanted some clarification on those other things. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Further discussion on the bill? Representative Carpino.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could you just confirm that this is only requiring that those municipalities have a conflict of interest and not actually dictating what must be within it?
To you, Representative, yes, that is
Thank you.
correct.
Thank you, sir.
Just to clarify my answer, it doesn't mandate what the policy has to be, but it does mandate that it must contain the municipality's definition of conflict of interest, or a model, or it can use the model definition. And it also just has to lay out any actions that are required to be taken by the municipality if a conflict of interest is determined to exist. But it doesn't mandate what those actions have to be, and it doesn't have to mandate what the definition has to be to you.
Thank you, and I appreciate the clarification. So we're merely outlining what they must include, but not dictating how they interpret that or choose to act. So I appreciate your response.
Thank you, Representative. Further discussion from the committee? Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, no, I mean, this is a difficult bill that we see year after year as well. And certainly it comes to us, I think, from the Office of State Ethics. And I, generally speaking, feel they do a remarkably good job. And I put a lot of stock and weight into their recommendations and the bills that they bring to this committee. But in this particular case, I have made a commitment over and over again to stand for local control. I believe that towns are well within their ability to adopt the model language if they choose. This effectively is a mandate by suggesting that they are required to establish such an office and also to follow the parameters that were just noted by my colleagues. And as a result, I'm not going to support it, even though I do believe that it's a good idea and would encourage these towns to engage in that activity. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Further discussion on this bill? Representative Hoxa.
Just a quick question, Mr. Chair, through you. In a sense, would it be accurate to describe the not the purpose, but what this bill will actually do as simply just shifting the ability for town/local government to do what it can currently do, and shift that to the state to then sort of just do for everyone, through you, Mr. Chair?
To you, Representative, I'm not sure if this answers your question, and if it doesn't, please let me know. It's not shifting any action to the state. It is just simply saying to these municipalities that don't yet have a conflict of interest provision, you must adopt one. It offers a model provision that they can adopt, but they don't have to adopt that. So it's not shifting duties or burdens, but it is saying you have to adopt a provision outlining what the conflicts of interest are and what should happen if one exists. And it provides a model that they can just adopt if they wish to.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That explains it. Thank you for that. That's all I have.
Thank you, Representative. Further discussion on this bill? Seeing none, clerk will call the roll.
Senate Bill 255 JF to the floor. Dexter. Blumenthal.
Yes.
Slav.
Senator Slav votes yes.
Morambello,
Yes.
Sampson,
I'm sorry, Madam Administrator, Sampson votes no.
Master Francesco,
No.
Burger Giovanni, Bronco,
No.
Carpino,
Yes.
Haddad, Hoxha,
Hoxa votes yes.
Khanna,
Khanna is a yes.
Labriola,
Labriola votes no.
Marks, McCarthy Vahey, McCrory, Senator McCrory,
Yes.
Parker, Rosario,
Rosario votes yes.
Santiago.
Santiago votes yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next up is item number 19 on our agenda, SB 256, an act concerning data governance and certain requests for state agency data, records, or files. This is a straight JF to the floor. I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Moved by Representative Morambello, seconded by Representative Khanna. This bill comes to us from OPM. It essentially creates measures that will enable better and smoother data sharing between executive branch agencies and would designate that for the FOI processes related to that data, an individual who applied for certain data that may be FOIable to the agency that is not the originating agency would be referred to the originating agency, so that that originating agency that has actual original control of that data can indicate whether it has any objection. Is there further discussion on this bill? Representative Massafrancesco.
Thank you. I remember this bill from last year. There was a lot of confusion. So the agencies are sharing information between each other, if I'm understanding this correctly. And if somebody wants a request through Freedom of Information, do they naturally go to the agency that they assumed that they would be able to get the information from? To you?
To you, Representative. In general, I would say yes. So, you know, there may be information that is shared within these agencies, but, you know, if I were looking for something related to, we would normally see at the Department of Emergency Services and Public Protection, you know, that data may be shared with DAS, but an ordinary person probably wouldn't be seeking that data at DAS. They would kind of be seeking a general kind of data, and then it might be included incidentally within that type of data. And so instead of just simply giving up that data, since it just has it as a result of the data sharing agreement, it would then refer the question to DSPP, who could then decide, since they're the agency that originated that data, that created it, whether they have any objection that would be applicable under FOIA.
Thank you. If I remember correctly, there was some concern last time or last year because it could hold up the process for the Freedom of Information because it has to get transferred to another agency. And is that correct?
To you, Representative, that is a concern that the FOIC did raise. On the other hand, there's a concern that if we're going to be sharing all this data throughout the government, it may end up in places where people don't expect it. So, you know, maybe some information that may have sensitive law enforcement tactic information may end up in DAS. and DAS wouldn't necessarily know whether that information should be subject to FOIA or not. So instead of DAS just simply giving up the FOIAble information, they would refer the matter on that specific piece of information to DSVP, so that DSVP, who are the experts in the area, could decide whether they want to raise any objection or they just want to give up the information under FOIA to you.
Thank you. In section 1, I just wanted to get clarification. Just there's a new part and it says the secretary may create advisory boards to assist with data governance activities under this section. Can you just kind of give me a little bit more information on that? An advisory board consisting of who? That's on line 12 and 13.
One moment, I'll just get that out in front of me. So to you, Representative, the bill does not specify who would be on that advisory board, but it specifies that OPM would have the ability to establish such an advisory board. So I guess they would, under the bill, they would have the ability to determine who would be on that board to you.
And that advisory board, should that advisory board be created, it's really just working within the departments for the information that's going in between the agencies. Is that how that's supposed to work?
To you, Representative, yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you, Representative. Further discussion on this bill? Seeing no further question or comment on this bill, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Senate Bill 256J to the floor. Flexer. Blumenthal.
Yes.
Slack.
Senator Slack votes yes.
Morinbello.
Yes.
Sampson.
Sampson is no.
Mastro Francesco.
No.
Burger Giovanni. Bronco.
No.
Carpino.
No.
Haddad.
Haddad votes yes.
Hoxa.
Hoxa votes no.
Khanna.
Khanna votes yes.
Labriola.
Labriola votes no.
Marks. McCarthy Vahey. McCrory.
McCoy is a yes.
Parker. Rosario.
Rosario's a yes.
Santiago.
Santiago votes yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next up on our agenda, we have, or one moment. All right, next up will be item number 22, HJ 216, resolution proposing a state constitutional amendment to allow individuals who have attained the age of 16 to apply for admission as electors and to be so admitted upon attaining the age of 18. This is a straight JF to the floor. Chair will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Representative Morinbello, seconded by Representative Khanna. This resolution does exactly what it says it would do. It would propose a constitutional amendment, which if approved by a majority of the voters on a statewide ballot, would allow us to legislate to provide for 16-year-olds to pre-register to vote. So they would be able to sign a pre-registration form, and then upon their turning 18, they would be automatically registered to vote at that point. Is there discussion? Representative Mastro Francesco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Yes, so this particular bill will automatically register people at 16 years old. Is that through the motor vehicle? Mr. Chairman, through to you?
To you, Representative, they would be able to pre-register through the Department of Motor Vehicles, and I think that's what this amendment, or excuse me, what that resolution anticipates. But we would be providing implementation by legislation if the amendment were to pass to you.
Thank you. So if I'm understanding, they pre-register that the Department of Motor Vehicle, maybe when they go get their learner's permit, when they turn the age of 18, they're automatically admitted as an elector. Is that correct?
To you, yes.
Thank you. And should they move out of town, move out of state? I mean, our voter rolls right now are, I'm certain, a hot mess, and in every town, it's hard to keep up with them. And certainly adults or children at that age, you know, they're very fluid, right? They'll move around a lot. Should they move, how would the state know, or how would the town know? Because a lot of times people don't give that information to you.
To you, Representative, that's a valid point, and this resolution doesn't deal with that. It simply allows us to legislate on the subject as the General Assembly. If it were to pass, then we could pass legislation that dealt with that scenario in detail, but the resolution doesn't contemplate resolving it for us at this time.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, and that's always the problem I have, is that kind of like with early voting, will the legislature decide? And then we get into the committee room here, and we're kind of butting heads and can't figure it out. I don't think this is worthy of changing our constitution. I think at 18, they're far more mature. They can certainly go down and register to vote. And I've said this last time when we had this on our agenda, so I'll be voting no today, but I don't have any further questions or comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Further discussion on this bill? Seeing none. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
House Joint Resolution 216 JF to the floor. Flexer. Blumenthal.
Yes.
Black.
Senator Slav votes yes.
Morambella.
Yes.
Sampson.
Sampson is no.
Mastro Francesco.
No.
Berger Giavallo. Bronco.
No.
Carpino.
No.
Haddad.
Haddad votes yes.
Hoxa.
Hoxa votes no.
Chicano.
Chicana votes yes.
Labriola.
Labriola votes no.
Marks. McCarthy Vehi. McCrory.
McCoy's a yes.
Parker. Rosario.
Rosario votes yes.
Santiago.
Santiago votes yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next up is item number 20. SB 391, an act implementing the recommendations of the State Contracting Standards Board. This is a JFS to the floor of LCO 3427. The chair will entertain a motion.
Second.
Moved by Representative Morambello, seconded by Representative Khanna. This bill comes to us from the State Contracting Standards Board and contains their recommendation. Does a number of things, including it indicates that appropriations recommended for the State Contracting Standards Board will be estimates transmitted to the Secretary of OPM. It makes modifications to the process of best value selection and specifies that contractual services applies to personal property owned by a state contracting agency or by quasi-public agency, or applies to quasi-public agency employees rather than just simply state-owned. It expands the application of the State Contracting Standards Board to quasi-public agencies in various areas. It ensures that the agency procurement officer shall be responsible for ensuring that any invitation to bid, request for or proposals, or any other solicitation for goods or services contains a notice of the rights for prospective bidders. That all contracts of any state contracting agency that is a quasi-public agency will have provisions to ensure accountability, transparency, and results-based outcomes. And makes other conforming and or technical changes. Is there discussion on this bill? Representative Master Francesco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this bill, I believe, is 42 pages. Yeah, 42 pages. I have to be honest with you, Mr. Chairman. We did just get substitute language today. It is 42 pages. We have a lot on our agenda tonight, and I have not had the opportunity to read it in detail to find out exactly what it does. So it would be hard for me to support it today. So I am going to flag this today. I'm going to vote no until I had the opportunity to read it. And hopefully maybe by the time it gets to the floor, I'll have read all 42 pages, understand it, talked with my staff, listened, compared what the S substitute language says to what the testimony is, and we'll see what happens when it comes to the floor. But I'm not going to sit here today for 2 hours and go through every line. It's 42 pages. I will just pass on it for today and see what happens going forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll just second Representative Master Francesco's comments. Yeah, I mean, we've been trying very hard today to work through this difficult agenda, which did have a lot of substitute language on it. And the chairs have been good enough to pull a number of the items off the agenda and hold some other ones, as a result of some negotiations and consideration. But there are a few items on the agenda that I do have an issue with our ability to actually make good judgment call on. And this is one of them. This is a very lengthy bill. The testimony on the original proposal is all over the place. There's a lot of conflicting testimony. I don't know if these concerns were necessarily addressed in the final product. Even folks from the Contracting Standards Board, I think there's one in here showing that it's support and another one that's opposing. So I'm not even sure where they stand on the issue. I'm generally supportive of the Contracting Standards Board. I know that they're there trying to look out for taxpayer dollars and make sure that the agreements that are made on behalf of the citizens of the state are in the benefit of those citizens. So this is not, my vote has nothing to do with whether this policy is actually good or bad or where I stand regarding their mission. It's simply that I want to be able to say with certainty that I'm voting for a good policy. So I'm going to flag this item also so that I have another opportunity to take a look at it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Further comment from the committee, Representative Hoxa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very briefly, just one question and a comment as well. My question is this bill basically the same one from last year, or from last session that we heard a lot of public testimony on through you?
To you, Representative, it's similar. It is not the same.
Do you recall if that bill actually ever passed and was signed into law, the one from last session?
To you, Representative, it was not.
Understood. So would it be fair to characterize this bill as a lot, as having a lot of components from the bill from last session with maybe some, more stuff in there through you?
To you, Representative, yes, that would be fair.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just want to echo the same sentiments expressed by my colleagues. I will also be voting no, only because, it's 41 pages. We haven't had the chance to really read it, much less look through it thoroughly. But I'm sure it'll make for an interesting read over the weekend. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Is there further comment or question on this bill? Seeing none. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Senate Bill 391, LCO 3427, JFS to the floor. Lexer. Blumenthal.
Yes.
Slack.
Senator Slav votes yes.
Morambello.
Yes.
Sampson.
Sam says no.
Master Francesco.
No.
Burger Givallo. Bronco.
Nope.
Carpino.
No.
Haddad.
Haddad votes yes.
Hoxa.
Hoxa, no.
Hana.
Hana votes yes.
Labriola.
Labriola votes no.
Marks. McCarthy Bailey. McCrory.
McCoy is a yes.
Parker. Rosario.
Rosario votes yes.
Santiago.
Santiago votes yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're going to recess briefly for roughly 5 minutes for the chair and rankings to confer. We'll see you and reconvene shortly.
or
Oops.
Representative Carpino, I can take your votes. If you'd like to sit and look at the agenda on your chair as well.
Valentina, I think I missed a vote too.
Okay.
Ma'am, I have the microphone if that's easier.
Yes. Yes. Perfect. Let me just look through this. Okay. House Bill 5448, LCO 3399.
What number on the agenda, ma'am?
6, no, wait, number 2.
Oh, yeah.
I'd like to vote no on 5448.
House Bill 5450, LCO 3311.
Yes.
House Bill 5408.
No.
House Bill 5312.
What's the number on the agenda?
Number 7.
Okay.
I'd like to vote yes. I thought I voted earlier on that one, but just so we're clear, number 7 on the agenda, 5312, Carpino is a yes.
Oh, okay. I put yes now, but I had you as absent previously.
Thank you.
You all set? Okay, Representative Haddad, let me just look through these. Senate Bill 255.
Are you talking to me still?
Oh, yes, Representative Haddad.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Sorry. On Senate Bill 255, I'm a yes. I think that's the only one I missed. Thank you.
Correct, okay.
Madam Clerk, please just let us know when you're ready.
Ready, Mr. Chair?
All right, so this meeting is reconvened. Next up on our agenda, we have item number 35, House Joint Resolution 217, Resolution ratifying the proposed amendment to the Constitution of the United States forbidding Congress to regulate child labor. This is a straight Jeff to the floor. Chair will entertain a motion.
So moved. Second.
Moved by Representative Morin-Bello, seconded by Representative Khanna. This resolution would submit Connecticut's ratification of a federal constitutional amendment allowing Congress to regulate child labor. This original amendment was passed through Congress in 1926 and did not have an end date for ratification. So this would function as Connecticut's ratification of that amendment, which would allow Congress to regulate child labor, but would not actually instantiate any specific regulations in and of itself. Is there discussion on this bill? Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, no, when you read the title of this bill, it sounds like, of course, we want to make sure that we are certainly regulating child labor. The question is not really about whether we're going to regulate child labor, however. The question is who will regulate it. Under this proposed bill, we would be transferring our authority to do so as a state of Connecticut to the federal government. That doesn't mean that we would not be able to regulate child labor at all. It's just that we would be subject to whatever the constitutional provisions are. And I'm not in favor of transferring any of our authority from the state of Connecticut to the federal government. As much as I don't like the way things go in the Connecticut General Assembly sometimes, I still trust us more than Congress. Can I get an amen? Yeah, and with that, Mr. Chairman, I didn't want any confusion about whether or not we're in support of child labor. We are in support of protecting children, of course, and thank heavens our country has come such a long way in doing so. But I'll just use one example, which is that in the Labor Committee, we actually have a bill about paying individuals who are minors under 18 at different wages. And finding ways to compensate other young people and getting them introduced to the job market and working for a living, things like that. Obviously not in any type of dangerous capacity or something that folks would consider to be harmful, but in ways that would be beneficial to their development and beneficial to the state. And for those reasons, as I laid out pretty clearly, I think I can't support the constitutional amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Further discussion on this resolution? Representative Hoxha.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I would like to just echo some of the sentiments made by my colleague in the Senate. Although on its face, this sounds like a good bill, and I'm not even necessarily saying it's not. But like Senator Sampson pointed out, it transfers the ability to regulate on this issue from state level government to federal level government. And I too share the philosophical belief that if first and foremost, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And in the case of Connecticut, it definitely ain't broke. We do have in place many child labor laws currently, and also at the federal level, we have in place many child labor laws currently. And it doesn't seem like anything is broken, right? I think during the public hearing portion of this process, I had asked a few questions to some proponents of the bill, and the answer in both cases, or in every single one of the questions that I asked pertaining to the subject, in particular whether certain child labor violations that he enumerated were currently illegal, and the answer was yes, on all accounts, whether on the state, local, or federal level. So I think we already have a system in place via the laws that are currently on the books at the state level that prevent any sort of scenario that is, akin to some, is something out of, the 1920s or the late 19th century, right? I think that when the topic of child labor is brought up, those sort of images get conjured up in people's minds often, and that is obviously not the situation in the 21st century. Now, with that said, one particular provision in the bill was that I actually had a little bit of issue with, was that the bill, if passed, would adopt the amendment which would regulate the which would allow for the ability for Congress to regulate child labor, which implies anyone under the age of 18. In the state of Connecticut, you can seek employment at the age of 16. So just to highlight an example of how giving that authority and that power to Congress may, in theory, make it so that individuals that are 16 or 17 years of age and have not reached the age of majority may not be able to work, since one of the things that could be done in regulating the employment or the labor of minors is such that it could be outlawed. I'm not saying that's likely. I'm not saying that that's what's going to happen if this, goes through the channels that it needs to go to become law. But it is one of those things that would now be completely within the purview of the federal government, and we as a state government would now be completely out of that conversation, and any of our laws would then be in a subordinate position to the federal laws. So with that said, that is the reason why I will be voting no for this, not because I am against child labor laws, but because I am so for the child labor laws that we have in the state and want to keep those on the books. And we have a system that is not broken in that regard, and thus it does not need a fix. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Further discussion from the committee? Seeing none, I will just correct my statement earlier. This was actually passed through Congress in 1924, 1926. Seeing noted for the discussion, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
House Joint Resolution 217J to the floor. Flexer.
Flexer votes yes.
Blumenthal.
Yes.
Slap. Morambello.
Yes.
Sampson.
Sampson is no.
Mastro Francesco.
No.
Burger Giavallo. Bronco.
No.
Carpino.
Yes.
Haddad.
Haddad votes yes.
Hoxa.
Hoxa votes no.
Hano.
Hannah votes yes.
Labriola.
Labriola votes no.
Marks. McCarthy Vehi. McCrory. Parker. Rosario.
Rosario, yes.
Santiago.
Santiago votes yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next up on our agenda is item number 37, House Bill 5447, an act exempting the residential addresses of certain employees from disclosure under the Freedom of Information Act. This is a straight JF to the floor. The chair will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Representative Morambello, seconded by Senator Flexer. This bill does exactly what it says, and specifically is confined to employees of the Office of the Attorney General. Is there discussion of this bill? Representative Massa Francesco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this bill comes back to haunt us every year. I think last year you almost made it over. It almost made it out over the hump. My concern is always with this bill is that exactly what it does say is the residential addresses being exempt from freedom of information. I certainly believe in transparency. They are employees of the taxpayers, and they certainly have a right to know. I think transparency is very important. So It's the same argument every year. I certainly will be a no on this today. I don't have any further questions or comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Further discussion, Representative Carpino.
Thank you. And similar to years past, I will support this today because I understand the unique situation that some of our state employees are in and believe that their safety is important as well. But I seem to remember it expanding greatly at the end of session last year, and it perhaps contributing to why it's back this year and wasn't maybe as successful as it could have been. So as much as I will support this today, I do want to put on the record, in the event that this balloons like it has in years past, I will absolutely not support it at that point.
Thank you, Representative. Further discussion from the committee? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
House Bill 5447, JF to the floor. Flexer,
Senator Flexer votes yes.
Blumenthal,
Yes.
Platt, Morinbello,
Yes.
Sampson,
Sampson is no.
Mastro Francesco,
No.
Burger Javallo,
Burger Javallo votes yes.
Bronco,
No.
Carpino. Representative, I need your microphone
Yes.
on, please. Thank you. Haddad,
Haddad votes yes.
Coxa,
Coxo's no.
Ghana,
Gana's yes.
Labriola,
Labriola votes no.
Marks, McCarthy Vehi, McCrory, Parker, Rosario,
Rosario, yes.
Santiago,
Santiago votes yes.
thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So we are going to put a number of bills on a consent calendar, is my understanding right now, just so everyone is aware of what's going on, because it's going to be a little more abbreviated. Next up on our agenda is item number 23, SB 431, an act concerning fees for copying, reviewing, and redacting records created by police body worn recording equipment and dashboard cameras. This is a JFS to the floor, LCO 3420. I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Senator Flexer, seconded by Representative Morinbello. Is there discussion?
If there's no objection, we can put this on the consent calendar.
Is there objection? Is there objection? Seeing no objection, this item will be placed on the consent calendar. Next up is item number 24, SB 432, an act concerning state contracts with nonprofit human services providers. This is a straight JF to the floor. The chair will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Representative Morinbello, seconded by Senator Flexer. Is there discussion?
Mr. Chairman, if there's no objection, we can add this item to the consent calendar.
Is there objection? Is there objection? Seeing no objection, this item will be placed on the consent calendar. Next up is item number 26, SB 435, an act concerning government administration, including designation of farmland, provision of reproductive and gender affirming healthcare services to patients located out of the state, and revisions to the Connecticut Entity Transactions Act. This is the JFS LCO 3432 to the floor. The chair will entertain a motion. Is there a
Second.
Moved by Representative Morinbello, second by Senator Flexer. I will just note that the JFS for this removes anything having to do with the second of the clauses here in the title, provision of reproductive and gender affirming healthcare services to patients located out of the state, from this bill. So it is none of those, nothing related to those subjects is currently contained in the bill with the JFS. Is there discussion?
Yeah. Oh,
Representative Carpino.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for clarifying that. I just have a technical question. In the event that this moves ahead because of the major change in the JFS language, will the title change to accurately reflect it?
Yes.
Thank you.
Further discussion?
Thank you. I think you answered the question. We can offer this item for the consent calendar, Mr. Chairman.
Is there objection? Is there objection? Seeing no objection, this item will be placed on the consent calendar. Next up is item number 27, SB 437, an act concerning the structure of the Office of Child Advocate within the Office of Governmental Accountability. This is a straight JF to the floor. The chair will entertain a motion.
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
Moved by Representative Morinbello, seconded by Senator Flexer. Is there discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I would offer this item to the consent calendar.
Is there objection? Is there objection? Seeing no objection, this item will be placed on the consent calendar. Next up on our agenda is item number 28, HJ 173, resolution commemorating the 25th anniversary of the Connecticut-Taiwan sister state relationship. This is a straight JF to the floor. Chair will entertain a motion.
Second.
Moved by Representative Morinbello, seconded by Senator Flexer. Is there discussion?
Mr. Chairman, without objection, we can move this item to the consent calendar.
Is there objection? Is there objection? Seeing no objection, this item will be placed on the consent calendar. Next up is item number 29, HJ 230, resolution memorializing Congress to rescind previous applications of the General Assembly, calling for an Article 5 convention to propose amendments to the Constitution of the United States and promoting the effective execution of state government. This is the JFS to the floor, LCO number 3418. The chair will entertain a motion.
Second.
She said second.
So moved.
Moved by Representative Morinbello, seconded by Senator Flexer. Is there discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I move to put this item on the consent calendar.
Is there objection? Is there objection? Seeing no objection, this item will be placed on the consent calendar. Next up is item number 30, HB 5304, an act designating the state dog and state cat candy. This is a straight JF to the floor. Chair will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Representative Morinbello, seconded by Senator Flexer. Is there discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I would offer this item to the consent calendar.
Is there objection? Is there objection? Seeing no objection, this item will be placed on the consent calendar. Next up is item number 31, HB 5308, an act concerning absentee voting for certain patients of nursing homes. This is straight JF to the floor. The chair will entertain a motion.
Second.
Moved by Representative Morinbello, seconded by Senator Flexer. Is there discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I would offer this item to the consent calendar.
Is there objection? Is there objection? Seeing no objection, this item will be placed on the consent calendar. Next up is item number 32, HB 5313, an act reestablishing the Legislative Program Review and Investigations Committee. This is a straight JF to the floor. The chair will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Representative Morinbello, seconded by Senator Flexer. Is there discussion?
Mr. Chairman, if there's no objection, I can offer this item to the consent calendar.
Is there objection? Is there objection? Seeing no objection, this item will be placed on the consent calendar. Next up is item number 34, HB 5409, an act designating various days and weeks. This is a JFS to the floor, LCO 3401. The chair will entertain a motion.
Second.
Moved by Representative Morinbello, seconded by Senator Flexer. Is there discussion? Senator Sampson.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to say a very brief word about this. This is our an act designating various days, weeks, and I understand months this time around. And I certainly in support. One of the things I wanted to mention is that we do this bill every year, and it generally captures all of the various days, weeks, and months of recognition that have been submitted from various members and entities outside the building. And there are a lot of very good ones on this list today. We have Parkinson's Awareness Day, Tuskegee Airmen Day, Red Dress Day, Dystonia Awareness Day, Face Equity Week, Face Equity Day, Barber Recognition Day, and I understand we're adding Epilepsy Awareness Month. That's correct. And I also wanted to just say a quick note in support of a couple of days of recognition that I have offered along with some other folks, including my colleague, Representative Master Francesco. I believe the chairs are involved for sure. And some folks around the building who have recognized that these days are important. And they are Free Enterprise Day, which would recognize the innovative spirit of entrepreneurs, and Constitution Day to recognize Connecticut as having the first written constitution, of a representative form of government. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I would offer this item for a consent calendar.
Thank you, Mr. Ranking Member. Is there objection? Is there objection? Seeing no objection, this item will be placed in the consent calendar. Next up is item number 38, HB 5306, an act concerning certain job protections related to municipal chief elective office. This is straight shaft to the floor. The chair will entertain a motion.
Second.
Moved by Representative Morinbello, seconded by Senator Flexer. Is there discussion? Is there objection? Is there objection? Seeing no objection, this item will be placed on the consent calendar. Next up, item number 41, SB 352, an act concerning the right to view a ballot during recanvass procedures. This is a straight draft to the floor. The clerk, or excuse me, the chair will entertain a motion.
So moved.
I almost promoted myself. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Representative Morinbello, seconded by Representative Khanna. Is there discussion?
Mr. Chairman, if there's no objection, we can add this item to the consent calendar.
Is there objection? Is there objection? Seeing no objection, this item will be placed on the consent calendar. Next up is item number 42, SB 354, an act concerning rules of minor political parties. This is straight JF to the floor. The chair will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Representative Morinbello, seconded by Senator Flexer. Is there discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I would offer this item to the consent calendar if there's no objection.
Is there objection? Is there objection? Seeing no objection, this item will be placed on the consent calendar. Next up on our agenda is item number 33, HB 5315, an act concerning member participation during remote and hybrid municipal public agency meetings under the Freedom of Information Act. This is straight JF to the floor. The chair will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Representative Morinbello, seconded by Senator Flexer. Is there discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I would offer this item to the consent calendar.
Is there objection? Is there objection? Seeing no objection, this item will be placed on the consent calendar. Madam Clerk, just let me know when you're ready.
Ready, Mr. Chair.
Madam
Consent,
Clerk. I'm sorry. Madam Clerk, will you please call the consent calendar?
thank you. Consent calendar includes House Bill 5453, Senate Bill 353, LCO 3142, Senate Bill 264, Senate Bill 386, LCO 3426, Senate Bill 431.
I'm sorry, Madam Clerk. Would you mind just starting over? I couldn't hear you clearly and lost track.
Oh, I apologize. Consent calendar includes House Bill 5453, Senate Bill 353, LCO 3142, Senate Bill 264, Senate Bill 386, LCO 3426, Senate Bill 431, LCO 3420, Senate Bill 432, Senate Bill 437, House Joint Resolution 173, House Joint Resolution 230, LCO 3418, House Bill 5304, House Bill 5308, House Bill 5313, House Bill 5409, LCO 3401, House Bill 5306, Senate Bill 352, Senate Bill 354, House Bill 5315.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah,
just for clarity, I don't know that I heard Senate Bill 435.
I may read the consent calendar just because, if that's okay with everyone, just because it's difficult to hear everything. And you all can let me know if I missed anything. Thank you. Wonderful. Also,
I mised writing it. I highlighted it, but I didn't write it. I apologize for that. It's
No, it's a-
also Senate Bill 435.
totally fine. I'm just going to run through it so that everyone who's present here can hear clearly, and all of our wonderful staff will correct me if I make any errors. Or our wonderful and distinguished ranking members will correct me if I try to pull a fast one. All right, so consent calendar consists of item number 9 on our agenda, which is HB 5453, which is straight JF to the floor. Next on the consent calendar is item number 11 on our agenda, which is SB 353. That's JFS to the floor of LCO 3142. Also on our consent calendar is item number 23 on the agenda, which is SB 431, which is a JFS to the floor of LCO 3420. Next on the consent calendar is item number 24 on our agenda, SB 432, which is a straight JF to the floor. Next on the consent calendar is item number 26, SB 435, which is a JFS to the floor of LCO 3432. Next is item number 27, SB 437, which is a straight JF to the floor. Next on the consent calendar is item number 28, which is HJ 173, with straight JF to the floor. Next on the consent calendar is HJ 230, which is JFS to the floor of LCO 3418. Next is item number 30, HB 5304, straight JF to the floor. Next on the consent calendar is item number 31, HB 5308, straight JF to the floor. Next on the consent calendar is item number 32, HB 5313, straight JF to the floor. Next on the consent calendar is item number 33, HB 5313, straight JF to the floor. Next on the consent calendar is item number 34, HB 54. Yes?
Thank you. You said item number 32, 5313. Is that correct?
HB 5313.
33 is 5350.
Oh, if I misread that. Okay, thank you for that correction. Okay, I'm sorry. So item number 33 on our agenda, HB 5315, which is a straight JF to the floor. Next on the consent calendar is item number 34 on the agenda, which is HB 5409. That is a JFS to the floor of LCO 3401. Next on the consent calendar is item number 38 on our agenda, which is HB 5306, straight JF to the floor. Next on our consent calendar is item number 41 on our agenda, SB 352. This is a straight JF to the floor. And last on our consent calendar is item number 42, SB 354, straight JF to the floor. Did I read that correctly? Oh, you're right. So, and then added to that, I think I missed item number 6 on our consent calendar, or excuse me, on our agenda, which is SB 264, straight JF. And thank you for that catch, Madam Vice Chair. Item number 13 on our agenda, SB 386, which is a JFS of LCO 3426. Thank you. Should I do it all over again? I'm just kidding. All right. Are we good? Everyone on board? All right. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll on the consent calendar?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Flexer.
Senator Flexer votes yes.
Blumenthal.
Yes.
Slack.
Senator Slab votes yes.
Morinbello.
Yes.
Sampson.
Sampson is yes.
Master Francesco.
Yes.
Burger Javallo,
Burger Javallo is a yes.
Bronco,
Yes.
Carpino,
Yes.
Haddad,
Haddad votes yes.
Hoxa,
Hoxa votes yes.
Hana,
Hana votes yes.
Labiola,
Labriola votes yes.
Mark, McCarthy Vehi,
McCarthy Vehi votes yes.
McCrory, Senator McCrory, Parker, Rosario,
Rosario votes yes.
Santiago,
Santiago votes yes.
thank you, Mr. Chair.
Corey's a yes.
Senator McCrory, is that your vote on the consent calendar?
Yes, it's a yes.
Thank you.
All right. So, okay, great. So, I just want to verify with the members who have not gotten all their votes in yet, how much time they needed. We're going to hold votes open until 6 p.m. or until all members currently logged in have gotten their votes in, whichever is later. Unless anyone has any objection. Looks like everyone is ready to go. We're going to recess for those votes, and then we will be back for another committee meeting on Tuesday.
Senators and representatives, I will take your votes in the order of hands raised.
Oh, come on. I'm just kidding.
Senator Slack, let me look through these tallies so I can see. House Bill 5447,
Yes.
House Joint Resolution 217,
Yes.
House Bill 5312.
Yes.
And you are all set?
Great. Thanks so much. Have a good weekend.
You two things.
Thank you.
Representative Berger Giovanni.
Would you take Rep. McCarthy Vahey first so she can get back on the road, if that's okay? We'll just swap places.
Sure.
And I'm happy to defer to Madam Chair.
No, don't do that. It's okay. I don't think so.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that so much, Representative and Senator.
House Bill 5408.
Yes.
House Bill 5312.
Yes.
House Bill 5450, LCO 3311.
Yes.
House Bill 5448, LCO 3399.
Yes.
House Bill 5310, LCO 3329.
Yes.
Senate Bill 255.
Yes.
Senate Bill 256.
Yes.
House Joint Resolution 216.
Yes.
Senate Bill 391, LCO 3427.
Yes.
House Joint Resolution 217.
Yes.
House Bill 5447.
Yes.
Okay, you're all set, Representative.
Thank you very much. Have a
You're
wonderful
welcome.
weekend.
You too, thank you. Representative Berger Giovanni.
All set.
House Joint Resolution 216.
Yes.
Senate Bill 256.
Yes.
Senate Bill 255.
Yes.
House Bill 5310, LCO 3329.
Yes.
House Bill 5448, LCO 3399.
Yes.
House Bill 5450, LCO 3311.
Yes.
House Bill 5312.
Yes.
House Bill 5408.
Yes.
Senate Bill 391, LCO 3427.
Yes.
House Joint Resolution 217.
Yes.
You all set, Representative?
Thank you so much, Valentina. Have a great
You're
weekend.
welcome. You too, thank you. Representative Connor, I will double check your vote. You're all set, Representative. You didn't miss any.
Thank you. Have a nice weekend.
You too, thank you. Senator Flexer.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
I think this is the first time you're voting on Zoom this session. You didn't know the hand thing.
Yeah, I did. I did for other committees, but I just didn't think about it.
Okay, let's see. I don't think you missed that many anyway. House Joint Resolution 216.
Yes.
Senate Bill 256.
Yes.
Senate Bill 255.
Yes.
House Bill 5310, LCO 3329.
Yes.
House Bill 5312.
Yes.
Senate Bill 391 LCO 3427.
Yes.
That's it? You all set?
Great. Thank you very much.
You're
Have a
welcome.
great weekend.
Thank you. Representative Parker. House Joint Resolution 217.
Yes.
House Bill 5447.
Yes.
Senate Bill 391 LCO 3427.
Yes.
House Bill 5408.
Yes.
House Bill 5312.
Yes.
House Bill 5450 LCO 3311.
Yes.
House Bill 5448 LCO 3399.
Yes.
House Bill 5310 LCO 3329.
Yes.
Senate Bill 255.
Yes.
Senate Bill 256.
Yes.
House Joint
Yes.
Resolution 216.
Yes.
Consent calendar. Did you by any chance hear
I
the
did. Yeah.
numbers? Great.
Yeah. Don't worry about it. Yeah.
What's your vote on that?
Yes. Yes. On the consent.
You're
calendar.
you're all set, Representative.
Thanks a lot, Valentina. Appreciate you.
No problem. Thank you. Have a good weekend.
Valentina, can you check mine?
Yeah. Yes, Representative.
I don't have a hand raiser.
That's okay. I think you were here for all of them, but yes, definitely. I'll double check. You are all set, Representative. Have a good weekend.
Thank you. Have a good weekend.
Thank you.
Bye.
Senator Marks?
Hi, Valentina.
Hi, Senator.
Hi. Say hi, Mara.
Hi. Oh, good reason to miss the vote.
Oh, Owen? You were saying your name. Okay. All right. I'm ready.
Okay. Let me start with this one first. Did you by any chance hear the bills that were on the consent calendar?
I absolutely did.
Perfect. What's your vote on that, Senator?
My vote is yes.
Perfect. Okay. Got the big one out of the way. Okay. House Joint Resolution 217.
Yes. I say yes.
House Bill 5447.
Yes. Yes. Hi, baby.
Senate Bill 391 LCO 3427.
Yes.
House
Oh,
Bill 5408.
yes.
House Bill 5312.
Yes.
House Bill 5450 LCO 3311.
Yes.
House Bill 5448 LCO 3399.
Yes.
House Bill 5310 LCO 3329.
Yes.
Senate Bill 255.
Yes.
Senate Bill 256.
Yes.
And House Joint Resolution 216.
Yes.
You're all set, Senator. I think you'll have a great weekend. Have a great weekend.
Appreciate you so much. Thank you.
You're very welcome, Senator. Bye. Bye, baby.
Bye, Valentina. Say bye, Valentina. Bye. She said
Bye.
he's. Who was that?
Really good pronunciation.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, have a good one.
Bye, Senator. You too.